How it do, how it be, how it is, everybody. Welcome in and welcome back. Anarchy will reign hopefully soon. We've got some stuff to do involving boats. I'm very excited.
Boats.
Boats?
Boat.
Boats?
Boats.
Thank you all for being here. Before we get to our announcements, thank you. I'm Sir Feffers. Very excited to be jumping into this second to last episode of the Fall of Hightower. Yeah, there might be tears.
Hate that. I hate that.
Yeah, it's only gonna get scarier if I'm being honest. Is my estimation.
Agreed.
I'm looking at the scare ramp up here, and I'm Sir Feffers. I am the primary DM of the Long Shot table. We are currently out of season, which means we're doing summer series, and I brought in the magnificent Ben Brainard, who was willing to come in and do this story, and he could playtest a bunch of the homebrewed subclasses that he has been slow cooking for a very long time. We're all trying out various subclasses. We've got a couple of NPCs that have also done the subclasses, and frankly, it's going well. Very excited. I'm going to Gen Con and I'm going to Heinefall. Feel free to come up and say hi to me. I'll get to Lekyre in a second, but hey, if you want to get caught up on the seasonal campaigns that we have going on, of which there are 3 weekly campaigns, or if you want to get caught up on some of the summer series, you can head over to the YouTube Jake and Feffers. And if you would like to join our community, you can head over to the Discord. We sometimes use it for visual aids as well. We are as chaotic as we are wholesome. You've been warned. Lekyre accidentally blew up Barca's house, and is feeling kind of chummy, and is in a weird place where he, for some reason, has been doing this thing where he's been growing and maturing, and it's while it's painful, it's also he's finding like a jolliness, and it's weird, and it's very strange, and it's still getting him in trouble. Don't get me wrong, Lekyre's still an idiot, but that's kind of it for me. Let me throw it over to GameRaterGirl, Ivy.
Oh, hi, that's me. I don't know why I didn't expect that, but hi.
Keeping everybody on their toes.
I know you got it at least once, right? Hi, I'm Ivy. I'm GameRaterGirl everywhere else that you can possibly find me online. When I'm not GameRaterGirl, I'm Dice Cream. When I'm not Dice Cream, I'm over on the Crit Awards account. So you'll find me somewhere across those 3. I am also headed over to Gen Con next week. So if you are wanting to attend the TTRPG award show that we're putting on, that I found out today is in the actual program guide, which is really cool, I shed small tears. But if you want to come watch that, or if you want to come and see a mental health panel in TTRPGs, a bunch of us are putting that on as well. Yeah, I DM over on Dice Cream Sandwich. We have 3. We'll have 3 games running. So if you're interested to come watch a variety of games, 3 of them are DMs by me, and then we have a Pathfinder game that'll be every month as well. So I'm going to throw it over to Big Brother Jason.
Thanks, little sister Joe. Hey, I'm Jason Russell from Critical Dice. You can find me at Critical Dice on Instagram and Heaven Helpless TikTok. And you can also find me at Gen Con. I am running a panel and a game. You can just type in Critical Dice on the Gen Con website to find it. The game in particular I'm very excited about. I'll be running a game called The Carnival of Chaos with Lightbox Gnome, Shay Aiden, Dead Aussie Gamer, Jackie Elena Chan. I'm missing 2 people. Who is it? Oh, yeah, it says Shay Aiden, but Shane Wally and Oddity Draws are my players.
That's right.
Yay.
And so we'd love to see you there. We got our acceptance late, so there's still plenty of tickets. It's fine. Everything's fine. And we love to see you there. And Barca is just learning to let go of things and perchance to dream and believe. Let me throw it over to our adopted child, Kiki. Yes, let's go with that.
I like that.
Hello, I'm Kiki. You can find me at KikiDoesStuff pretty much everywhere on the internet. and like these lovely people, I'm not going to Gen Con. So if you see them, say hi for me. I do a variety of things such as cosplay, arts, crafts, video games, whatever I feel at the moment, really. So just feel free to check it out if you feel like it. Other than that, I currently am playing Mazie, a Batfolk monk who is just a little bit of a small little lad who is fitting in with the party right now and realizing that where she thought she belonged before wasn't quite right, and this is actually what it feels like to belong somewhere. And just has like this really warm sense of home now with these people that she met not that long ago, and is very, very excited for what the future holds in pranking Lekyre.
Oh yes.
And I'm gonna yes, and I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to my boy, Mr. Kurtwise.
Hi, that's me, Mr. Kurtwise. You can find me all over the internet by that name. I'm currently taking a little bit of a vacation, but I'm cooking up a bunch of, I almost said spicy stuff, but that has a very different connotation than what I'm actually doing. I play Kai and Kailie, the stoner aunt and uncle of the crew, who is very, very excited to be working with Mazie to prank Lekyre here. There's no possible way this can go poorly.
Nah.
And that's everybody,
Yeah, over to you, Ben.
Awesome. I am excited to get things going. We got a lot to do. We have 2 episodes left today and next week, and that's it. We have some stuff that we got to get done before then. So let's kind of just hop in. You guys did get a long rest at the end of last episode. I will check in with our pranksters. Were you guys planning to do the prank at night before sleep?
No. I think we were gonna take like first or second watch and then do it while Lekyre's on watch.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I would like to start in the morning when everybody is like waking up. So that does mean your prank would take place before.
Uh-oh.
So let's start with you guys. What is going on?
That's a good question.
And we're still up in the mountains.
All right.
Yes, you're still up in the mountains.
So, Mazie, here's my plan. Can you go up and, find somewhere to hang above Lekyre?
Uh-huh.
And then I'm gonna make you look, spooky. I was thinking, I'm gonna make you look like Lekyre, but he's all dead and like a zombie and stuff.
He's not actually going to be dead, right?
No.
I can't take another one of those.
No. It's just to scare him real good, right?
Okay.
And I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of all I got. But do you have any ideas?
We sleep before or after? Do we sleep during prank?
Well, we won't be asleep during the prank, but
okay.
We can sleep before the prank. I'm pretty tired.
Okay.
So all right, I'll give you a sign when, and then you just drop down in front of Lekyre and we'll scare him, and then he'll run backwards into me, and then I'll look like him and be like, ah.
Okay. How will you give me sign? Because I'm going to be in tree and you're going to be down here. Or are you also going to be in tree? Are we going to be in tree together? Are you going to be a bat again?
Well, I'm going to be hiding over there, but I can give you a sign with
Is it pancakes? No, that's something else. Probably shouldn't be pancakes.
No, he'd be on to us real quickly if we did pancakes.
Mm.
How about...
I can hear really good. You can just like whisper it.
There you go. Or I could also like... I'll whisper, and if you don't hear that, I can like make the tree shake a little bit.
Like the wind?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the wind.
Okay. Shake it like so I know.
Okay, I'll try for that. I'll try.
I want to make sure it's not the wind.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got it.
Okay. Goes back. Okay, good night. I go to bed now.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm real tired. Good night.
Good night. I'll grab watch.
Okay.
I like how in the face of just the most egregious bit of acting, Lekyre goes, okay, good night.
Well, the thing is, they're up to something, but it's not at me. Why would it be at me? I didn't do anything.
It's also this thing of like, oh, it's Kai and Mazie. Like, what could they possibly be doing?
This is par for the course, really. They're like probably to the Lekyre, they're probably gonna go off giggling and have like a tea party or something wholesome. You know what I mean? Like they're probably doing
they're
something.
sharing secrets, but it's like where to find the best berries in the forest. Like
100%.
All right, so paint me an area for me, Ben. Where what's going on? Where am I at?
So you guys are still on the plateau.
Okay.
Where there's the cave and Dead Thorog. There's really not much area to patrol because most of the directions that you can get onto the plateau from are not like easily traversable.
Okay.
So you got it's honestly patrol all night has kind of just been a circle around the plateau that you guys are on.
So I'll step out. And if we have any furs or anything like that, because it's cold, I'll kind of bundle up a bit. And after kind of staring at the corpse of the giant boar, I'll kind of get bored. Kind of start looking around and, very much like, who's going to jump us out all the way out here? But, I got to keep my guard up. I got to do my job as a lookout. He's been losing Lekyre has been losing some of his paranoia.
About to come back real quick.
Yeah. For some reason, the whole thing with the house blowing up and then him thinking it was a lot worse than it actually was, thinking that, the Hightower had gotten a hold of the hated kin and stuff like that. And then turned out it wasn't any of that. Barca just missed a shift.
So he got exposure therapy is what I'm hearing.
A little bit, yeah. But then it wasn't, the worst happened and it wasn't that bad, kind of a thing. So let's say at this point, he's kind of just kicking a rock over the cliff and watching it fall and kind of taking a look around at stuff. Trying to, stay awake and stay warm. And I'm on watch.
Would you like us to roll stealth or anything? For
yeah, I mean, go ahead and roll stealth. We'll just go with Lekyre's passive since he's not actively.
That's a harder roll to beat because my passive is way higher than my actual checks, which is like a self-fulfilling foot, like shooting myself in the foot. Anytime I'm like, oh, I should look around, I actually do worse than my base just paranoid subconscious is looking around for me.
I rolled a 24.
Nice.
I got 21.
Oh no.
Both of them are higher than Lekyre's passive.
Oh no.
So Kai is going to wait until they see Mazie in position above Lekyre. And then when I see Lekyre's back turned and like kicking the stone over the edge, I'm going to cast Major Image. To make a 20-foot patch behind him appear as if it is like densely rolling fog, and then the old woman from the city is Greta, yes, is appeared there in a cauldron, with her back turned to Lekyre at first, just like stirring the cauldron and humming, and then her head slowly spins around while she's still like stirring this cauldron, just and at that point in time, I will cast Seeming on Mazie.
Oh no.
We knew they'd use this for evil.
Make her look like a zombified version of Lekyre.
Okay. Oh man. I think...
and then I'm going to cast Gust up on the tree to give her the signal.
You know, I can't wait until Lekyre comes running to Jovanna and Barca like, I want to sleep with mom and dad.
Yelling at my parents.
Not me thinking I should up monk stage just for
Don't
that
bring me
AC.
into that.
Does Major Image include audio?
Yes.
Yeah. So the humming starts. And a soft chill goes up Lekyre's spine. And at first he's like, "Oh, it's nothing. You know, it's one of the gang." And I'll kind of turn to see who it is and kind of stop and slowly turn. And as the head slowly turns around, oh man, I'll kind of slowly put my hand on my rapier. This is an ally that was just very odd, so I'm not like immediately aggressive or anything like that. And I start noticing the mist, and I will be like, "Grandmother, Greta?" Take a step forward. I'll look around. Can I make like a check of some kind, or?
Yes, I was trying to see. I'm not sure if I can like change what it's saying. I think I have to like pre-program the illusion, so I can't like respond at all. But yeah, you can make an investigation check.
DM.
What are you checking for?
I guess if it's Gerda, or if I'm being...
Yeah, so an investigation check.
Not great. The 9.
Does the
Alright,
rogue
so
have
Gerda's
the thing where it's a 10?
A reliable talent.
Does that apply to ability check? It does, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes.
that makes it an 11. Rolled a 9 plus 1.
Spot on.
And I'll be like,
I believe an 11 is lower than Kai's spell save DC. So
I'll be like, Gerda, what are you doing here? Is everything okay?
now here's another question, Kai. For Major Image, does it also include physical effects like temperature change?
It does.
Okay.
seems completely real, including sounds, smells, and temperature appropriate to the thing depicted.
Looking at the mist. Okay. Have you come here to tell me something important? Is everything okay in the woods?
Oh, as soon as I hear him say, have you heard me? Have you come here to tell me anything important? That is when I would cast Gust.
Do I hear that he has his hand on his rapier, just concerned?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
It's also at night, and you're using your eyes.
I'm trying to listen for metal.
I mean...
Okay.
He hasn't pulled it yet, so it wouldn't necessarily make a noise. Okay. So all you'd be able to tell is that he's put his hand on his hilt, if that was a thing that you were able to see.
Okay, so then I'm just gonna take the first roll then, and it was 10 plus 8, 18.
Initially my guard was up, and now I'm more of like I'm in an awkward situation. I'm not in danger. This is strange. This is magical. This crazy lady who was off in the pocket dimension in the woods needs to tell me something. Here we go. I guess. Okay. She's being creepy though, but she was already very unsettling.
Okay. Mazie is going to get whooshed by the wind, kind of like glance around, make sure it's the double shake and there's no other trees moving, and then takes that as a signal, goes, okay, and then drops down, kind of like somersaults at the same time, so her feet hit the ground first, and then just like rises up. Joy cannot be killed.
What?
Joy cannot be killed.
And just like jumps up at him.
I will turn at that and see a zombified version of myself. I'm going to see this and just go, and I'm going to pull the rapier and yell alarm to my party who's sleeping clearly, and be like, undead clones, zombie clones, and I'm going to charge, and I'm going to roll to hit.
I would drop seeming immediately. As soon as I saw you, like, I would be like, wait, it's a prank.
Jovanna is rushing at the call of Lekyre.
Yeah, I'm up.
Undead clones is not something you're used to hearing. I come rushing around the corners, just swords drawn.
I think the mist might be in the way.
Kurt, do you drop seeming or drop everything?
Oh, I would Kai as soon as Kai got that like big reaction, it would like drop everything. I think if it were possible, I would have programmed Major Image to end with like a and some confetti.
Jovanna's like full like shield in one hand and like her long sword in the other, just ready to fight something that's like, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm right next to you, just like...
Mazie flares back onto her ass.
So
Kai is definitely crouched behind a bush.
Lekyre learned something in this moment. Oh, go ahead.
So I just want to make sure, what Joe and I see is Lekyre freaking out, Mazie just like going back to her tree and him all by himself, and there's nothing wrong. Right? That's what I think have
Mazie's
interpreted.
Like down?
Mazie's on the floor.
Depending on how quickly it took you guys to open your eyes versus how quickly after yelling alarm that Kai dropped all of the spells.
I want to believe that we see the scene after the spells are dropped.
Same.
It makes good sense too, because I yell first.
Yeah.
And that's what got him up.
So
and that's what dropped to the illusion.
Lekyre charging at Mazie with.
Lekyre, what are you doing?
So Lekyre,
Whoa.
Lekyre learns something about himself in this moment, as he is bearing down with the intent to kill this zombie clone of himself, this fever dream nightmare being, and suddenly it's Mazie. Lekyre has been betrayed before. Lekyre has been stabbed in the back before. But for the first time, he wouldn't follow through with the assumption that, in this case, Mazie is trying to kill him. And realize, for the first time, the protective nature of this friend, the protective nature that Lekyre has developed for the first time in this friend, in Mazie, is going to slam into him, and he's going to falter, and he's going to be like, what? And he's gonna fall off the cliff.
I dive after him.
And he's going to sidestep, trip, and just over the edge.
What?
Mazie will scurry back up and dive right after him.
Okay.
Kai would run to the cliff.
It was just a prank, bro.
No, Kai!
Jovanna rushes to the edge and looks over.
How big's the
Barca,
Lekyre
Just
Rob
Barker's
them
by
all.
himself, just like,
You wouldn't fall very far, Lekyre, because part of the group that was awoken by all of this commotion is Bumbleport the Wizard.
Okay.
So you would be caught by telekinesis. The spell that's basically just a hand that,
I'm heavier than 30 pounds.
not mage hand,
Telekinesis.
Gotcha.
telekinesis.
Okay.
So look over and see him floating there. He's not dead.
I'm gonna do the thing where I
To Barca.
look up the cliff.
I walk over.
Sorry.
Okay.
I feel like we missed something.
I'm gonna get caught. I'm gonna be staring down the cliff, and then just whip up and look up, wide-eyed and terrified.
All of our little faces peeking over the edge.
And then Mazie's just flying next to you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you to fall. It was supposed to be funny. Kai said you would laugh.
I'm okay. I'm fine.
Lekyre, the Sam Hill are you doing?
Why'd you jump?
Am I back
At this
the top
point,
now?
you've
lifted?
been. Yeah.
I'm going to tentatively, like, put an arm on Mazie's shoulder, like, or arm or something like that. Just, is this real? Real person? and at once, okay.
So, after a second, everyone starts to either notice or hear that Kai has started to take a few steps back towards the middle of the camp. He does not do so with grace.
Is it like Jovanna just slow turning? Hi.
What's going on out here?
You're standing. No. You're standing in the middle of. You can't say what's going on. Like no. Come here.
I heard the commotion from Lekyre, and I was a prank. I'm sorry.
There it is.
I just thought it would cheer Mazie up.
Lekyre has squatted down and just hands like rubbing the sides of his head, not saying much.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm
glad you didn't die.
New ground rule: no pranks. No pranks. No.
I'm gonna look up to Mazie and be
you
like,
guys all hear. God.
I'm gonna look up to Mazie and be like, "You got me. That was well done."
No, what's got you dead?
I would have.
You guys all hear Bumbleport under his breath say, "These are our saviors," as he stumbles back towards his little whatever he has for a little campsite.
Okay, new rule: no pranks between the hours of midnight and 6. Look at Joe. 7 a.m.
Yeah.
I can deal with that rule. I can deal with that rule. Yeah.
Yeah. As currently looks at naked wrist, looks at the stars. Past that time.
I'm gonna stand
quite
up.
Past that time.
I'm gonna stand up. Huh, Mazie, it's okay. Just know. And I'm gonna do a loom. I'm gonna get you better. It's a fun
not within the
game.
hours that we've just established.
Yeah. It's
a
gonna
game?
be funny.
This game is scary.
And then I'm gonna
I'm
turn
afraid.
and I'm gonna look at Kai. And I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna bore holes into their head with my eyes, with a glint, and you can see the fires within.
The fires of the 9 hells is behind the fires.
With like a glee.
This is great. I love this for all of us. All right. How about Lekyre? Since you've done your watch, I take over for you, and then we all go to bed.
Yes, Jovanna.
I can try. Thank you.
Give Mazie a small pat on the head.
Thank you, Joe.
Go to bed. Go, all of you.
Scurries like a child that got caught sneaking out.
Lekyre fails to find sleep. And we'll rejoin Jovanna on watch after like an hour.
She just found like a place to sit, her shield and sword next to her still.
I'm gonna go over and squat down next to her. It's harmless fun, really.
Is that to you or to me? I don't know what you're trying to convince. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, if you fall asleep next to me, that's fine.
We'll see.
So several hours go by at this point. Day breaks. You guys feel the warmth of the sun's rays start to defrost your cold night sleeping amongst the peaks. You hear the morning song of the birds that call the peaks home. The corpse of Thorog the Thunderboar still lies across the plateau from the remains of the collapsed cave that once sheltered the Phoenician order. The rubble seems almost like it's just another piece of the chaotic mountainscape, but not quite exactly. It has the same effect as like a child that snuck out last night and left a pile of pillows under his blanket to fool his parents, but didn't have the exact right size of pillows. And if you were to ask him, it worked. But if you were to ask his parents, they would say they were just happy to not have to stay as quiet last night. Daystrider is seemingly meditating deeply atop Kit. Jorakil quietly digs a grave for his brother Freywin, who did not survive the collapse.
Oof.
Most people have begun preparing for the next day. Surge continues to rest. A couple of his bones are visibly broken, and his breathing is heavily labored.
How far away are we from our next place that we're going to? Did we talk about this last game? I don't remember.
We talked about.
We
going
did
to the
not
forest.
talk about
Cool. Cool.
it. You guys have not exactly specifically decided where you are going to go, but where you're at in the Aberrant Peaks is not necessarily close to stuff.
Sure. Stuff and things. Sure.
And I think the last thing we had said was Navy, right? Was next.
Oh, that's
Are we remembering that right, Ben?
Yes.
Okay.
So the idea is you needed somebody to fight the Navy.
Oh.
So like you wouldn't be exactly going to the Navy. You'd be going to, much like how the rest of you had an NPC old friend you found at some point during this campaign. One of you has yet to meet the specific old friend that is to receive the last scroll you guys have to give out, which is the Druid Scroll.
Who could it be?
no idea. Weird.
No idea.
Weird. How bizarre.
How bizarre.
How bizarre.
A druid would know how bizarre.
I would
Thank you
like
for
to
laughing.
go over to Thorhog
Okay.
and I want to take one of his teeth.
Okay, give me an athletics check.
Okay. Oh god, my athletics is dog shit.
I'll help.
Are you taking one of his giant...
Not
Like
the tusks,
tusks?
just like a
Okay.
molar.
Okay.
Tusks are too big. That won't fit anywhere.
I'll help.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I swear.
roll for dentistry.
Dentist check.
And you can make
Take
that
the teeth.
athletics check at advantage.
Okay, so that would be a 12 minus 1. It's an 11. Not
Yeah,
good.
11. After trying to rip out a few of its bigger molars, you do kind of just like move down the line, and you find one of the smaller ones right before it becomes a canine. And you're able to rip that one out with Lekyre using his rapier to kind of like cut as you pull.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm keeping this one.
I believe you.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I imagine that you had some help and inspiration. Yeah, it's a test. It's a test,
No.
Maisie. It's a
Yeah,
test.
I don't quite remember.
Ah.
Okay, I have to go now.
Mhm.
Scurries away.
Kai,
Tooth in her bag.
while that buffoonery is happening, Nora approaches you. And she says, Kai, we didn't get a chance to talk about this last night, but when you got stuck in that tunnel down there, this voice popped in my head. It didn't sound nothing like you, but like it felt like you. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know how to explain it. It was just like it was like a lot of voices all speaking at the same time, you know?
Yeah, no, I do. No, I've totally heard that same voice started talking to me, and then that voice told me that it was the weave, like the weave of magic.
And then what? You sent it to talk to me when you were stuck?
Well, I was stuck, and like I didn't know what to do, and like so I hear voices of people that are like connected to the weave, and it's like way too much most of the time. But I just tried to focus really hard on your voice and reverse being spoken to so that you could hear me.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that all of that makes sense to you, and I
mean,
won't
I'm
ask
gonna
any further questions about
Be
that.
super honest, none of this makes sense to me.
Oh, good,
But,
good,
like-
good. We love that, yeah. Have you ever tried to, like, listen to someone's voice in your head, real specific, like?
Well, yeah, like during the last fight, when things got really chaotic after Zaphod Beeble Broxy Boo decided to, like, give you your powers and cover you in acid, I tried to focus really hard on your voice to try to, like, concentrate, right? Because the big voices said that I couldn't walk away from this. I had to go into it. So I figured rather than shutting things out, I just tried to narrow it down.
Okay, quite honestly, I'm really proud of you, okay?
What?
Just if something that weird happened to me like that and I couldn't think straight because of it, I don't know what I would do. I mean, I spend most of my time hearing my own thoughts in my head. There's very little room in there for anything else. So if somebody else's thoughts filled my head, I don't know if I'd be able to handle it too good. And then you were able to take that and specifically find me. I think that's just charming.
Well, like, I mean, we've been friends for a while. Like, I know your voice.
Stop. Does that mean it's, like, harder for you to find people that, like, ain't your friend for long?
I don't know. Hang on, wait. And I'm gonna try really hard to locate the wizard.
Okay. Roll me a wisdom check.
11.
You are able to focus in on Bumbleport, who you kind of hear the thoughts of, and it's just vague. He's like trying to, you know, when you're like have to call a business and you practice what you're gonna say before they answer on the phone. It's that, and he's definitely just thinking about what he's gonna say to Barca in a minute.
So Bumbleport is rehearsing a speech in his head, it sounds like. I don't know. I could hear him, but that's a good question.
He really does like the speeches.
Well, I mean, like, it sounded good from what I could hear.
He likes the good speeches the best. I think you got something cool there, Kai, and I feel like it's something that you should definitely work on. Cause like, what if you're really far away and you're feeling sad and alone? You could try to still find me.
Well, that would be super cool. And like, you could also use it if there was like something really rad happening near me, and I could let you know. I could be like, hey, you should come check this out because I don't want my bestie to miss it.
I sure would like that, Kai. You know I don't like missing rad things.
Well, like, it wouldn't be nearly as rad if you weren't there.
You're too sweet.
Not as sweet as... Come back to me. I'll get it.
Okay. All right.
There it is.
So it is at this point, Bumbleport and T both approach you, Barca. Bumbleport speaks first, and he says, it has been years since I last believed anyone or anything could possibly take down the great evils that reside within the walls of that tower. I had almost given up on the thought entirely, but that was before I met you and your group. And I wish I could help more, but it has been 10 years at least since I last stepped foot in there. If it is anything like it once was, don't trust your brain. Logic has no home within those walls. Every door will make you question everything you thought you once knew.
is this a property of the tower or a defensive mechanism?
Good question.
As far as I could tell, it is simply a property of the tower. I truly wish I could tell you more specifics about it, but I was there many, many years ago, and it became such a back of my hand type thing. The only thing I can remember now is when I first got there, I was angered by the navigation system within the Hightower. Once I figured out the secrets of it, I spent the next 40 years just doing it passively. And now I am at the point where I do not quite remember specifically what it was about it. All I know is that it bothered me to no end when I first started. Yes, Kai.
Can I try something?
Are you asking in character?
Yes, I'm clearly like looking at Brambleport and then looking at Barca and Joe, and like looking at Brambleport and looking at Barca and Joe.
I mean, it's after 7 a.m. Go for it.
All right. So, like, Brambleport, I need you to do me a favor and concentrate on a spell real quick.
Are you asking me to cast a spell right now?
Yeah, like, I mean, it doesn't have to be a fancy one, but cast a spell.
All right, and he goes to just cast telekinesis again on a rock nearby.
And I'm gonna try to use my Master Weaver feature to I will try to quicken the spell for 2 points. Just to sort of like establish some kind of connection between he and I and the weave.
Okay. You're able to do that.
All right. So then I need you to close your eyes and concentrate really hard on when you were back at the Hightower. And even if you can't remember specifically, just try to imagine being there. What did the stones feel like underneath you? What did the hallway smell like?
So Bumbleport starts thinking about it. And you do kind of hear the mumbling of just like repeating back the questions that you asked, but in like a very confused, like, why am I being asked to feel the stones beneath?
Don't question why I'm asking you the questions, Brambleport. Just go back there in your mind.
Okay, you start getting visions of Bumbleport's time in the Hightower. And there's nothing super old. It was definitely, there's not much going on. There's no very few memories of his like first days, other than like the first day at the Hightower altogether during like there's a big ceremony for accepted students, whatever, and just like amazement and wonderment, and flash forward a bunch, and you just kind of get like pockets and flashes of stuff. There was one day you don't see exactly what it is, but you get the feelings, the emotions attached to it. He was going on a first date and he was all flustered, and he goes to leave his dorm room within the Hightower, and he opens the door, and now he's in a massive like cafeteria within the Hightower, and then he goes, oh, no, and he closes the door and he turns around, goes back into his closet and tries to find a bow tie, and he grabs the bow tie, and then he goes back to the door and he opens the door again, and he's out in a meadow, and he goes, no, where did we say we were going to meet? And he closed the door again, and then that one goes away. And then now there's a ton of like random, very quick flashes of like him in classes and like blowing stuff up on accident and this stuff here and there. But one very repetitious thing that you do keep getting is every time he opens the door from his dorm room, there's not like a hallway that he then walks down to get to the place that he's going to. He just opens the door and he's in that room. And that could simply be because he didn't pay attention to the in-between moments from his dorm room to the place he was trying to go. And therefore you're unable to see it. But as far as what you're seeing right now, you're seeing dorm room, classroom, dorm room, cafeteria, dorm room, lobby, whatever. So you're really not getting much of the feeling of stones beneath feet. Most of the questions you asked him were things that he actively nor passively thought about while he was there for 40 years.
Gotcha.
I don't quite remember everything that happened to me, and I also don't quite know what it is you're attempting to do here. But I hope it helped. Maybe.
Were there always in the Hightower?
No. There was stuff like he would go out drinking with his friends on the weekends occasionally. But you asked him specifically for Hightower memories.
No, I'm asking him in character
okay.
if there are hallways in the building.
Wow. That feels like a really specific and peculiar question. I imagine there would be hallways.
No. I don't want you to imagine that there would be hallways. I want you to tell me yes or no, were there hallways in the Hightower?
And you see him get this look on his face that's like it's a look of somebody who used to be very confident in what he thought he knew about a thing. And now he's been asked a very specific question about something he's never thought of before. And it's very much like I don't know. This must be some sort of Mandela effect.
Huh. Kai will kind of like think about it and then turn back to the party. So I can like kind of read people's thoughts now, right? And I looked through Bumbleport's brain and caught some glimpse. Well, you know what I was doing. And looked back. There's some of the things that he thought, and there was a lot of opening doors and just being in a new place, and I didn't see any hallways in his memory. Now, like, it could be that, like, he just wasn't paying attention to the hallways. It could be that there's some kind of magical doohickeys on the doors, or it could be that there's some kind of magic that's preventing him from remembering any of the defensive mechanisms of the Hightower. That's just like a theory.
It almost sounds like you're describing dream logic. Like,
I feel like
you know
that
how
would be a good way. Well, if he is reading my thoughts and they are appearing to him in a dreamlike state, then potentially my thoughts to him are dreamlike.
I'm gonna
yeah.
say this right now. If the tower is in like a dream stasis, I'm gonna be very upset.
Same.
Do you have building of dreams?
What?
I imagine you would build a building of dreams the same way you would make a field out of them.
Beat me to it.
How do you make a field of dreams? Mazie is
just-
having an existential crisis.
Mostly
Build
they're
it.
playing baseball. And then they'll come.
This base.
While you guys are discussing that, T kind of shuffles and he pulls a piece of paper that he has out of his pocket. And he goes to hand it to you, Barca. And he says, I've been trying to keep note any patrol patterns lately, give you guys whatever advantage I can. I got some info about the Royal Fleet, patrol patterns, shift changes, ROE. I wrote what I could. The real problem you guys might face is the fucking birds.
I'm sorry, birds?
What?
So he hands you the note, and then he goes, yeah, it's a new thing. I don't know. Something must have happened a few days ago, because now all of a sudden the past few days there's been Aarakocra flying in and out, running patrols from the skies.
Big birds.
I haven't been able to find any patterns in their patrols yet.
We could go snatch him.
Big birds. I can take small birds. That is too big of a bird.
Oh, we could hit.
I would not be able to grab
No
one.
bird is too big. You could handle big birds.
My hands are this big.
I don't know, man. I've seen some pretty big birds.
Now Lekyre's like, how fucking big do birds get?
Lekaire's rethinking their entire mindset on birds.
Yeah. I'm
You
just
said
like,
they're Aarakocra.
yeah. So Lekyre, imagine a very big bird. You got it in your mind?
Yep.
Bigger than that.
Fuck.
One more.
Oh.
That's it.
Wow.
How big is this bird?
Big bird.
Having been on City Watch DM, this is a new development.
Yes. And he said that too. He said something must have happened the past few days because he hasn't seen it before. Therefore, he hasn't been able to get any discernible patterns in their patrols either.
Okay. Thank you, T. This is actually really useful. And thanks for the heads up about the bird people.
Bird people.
Being in the City Watch as you are, you would be versed enough to notice when something is written in Thieves' Cant, but not versed enough to know what the note says.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at it going 6s and 7s, Rosie Lee. Okay, crap. I gotta talk to Lekyre.
God damn.
Lekyre is posted up, nodding off.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I read some of it out loud, like, "Hey, Lekyre," and it sounds like it's someone from South Carolina trying to speak Spanish. Yo me tai yamer, mucho gusto. Do you understand any of this?
You're a disgrace. Yeah, come here.
This is cute.
Help.
I'm gonna teach you Thieves' Cant. Come on.
Actually, that would be great.
No, yeah, you need it.
In Lekyre, as
You're in a
come over and
transition
grab the
period.
note-
It's okay. I'll help you.
As you come over and grab the note from Barca, T does stop you for a second. And he goes, Lekyre, thanks for not leaving me back there. You could have easily bounced. No problem. I know how good you are at that shit. But you chose not to do that to me, and you know what? I'm I'm proud to call you my brother.
Can I make an insight check?
He's like, compliments?
Yeah,
nah, something's up.
I kind of...
sus.
I give him a very blank face. Kind of eyebrow raised. Kind of amicable. Insight. That's a 17.
Yeah, so...
Seems genuine.
Okay. Seems genuine, yeah.
Okay. You're welcome. Yes, it was a gamble.
Well, thank you for betting on me.
All right, what's this?
Reading glasses.
So the note, I'm not going to tell you exactly word for word what it says because that doesn't matter. But it is patrol patterns for the Royal Fleet. It is times in which they do their shift changes. It is approximate numbers and sizes. And it is also little bits and pieces of their rules of engagement, what allows them to make first contact and such. And times, very importantly.
Excellent. And where did we get this?
T's observations, I think.
Ah, okay, good.
He's just been looking at stuff.
Yeah. He's keeping his eyes open. So important.
I'm gonna teach you how to read this, Barca.
Yeah, that'd be great.
You're not able to go back to being a top. And
sure.
I don't want you to die. So anyway, you see how there's a little figgly at the end of this part here, and a little flourish on the T, and I will take some time to
that's
give
called that's called the enye, and that's called an umlaut. But yeah, sure.
Yeah, we don't call it that. We call it a figgly D.
Who's teaching who here? All right, calm down.
Truly.
You're very smart.
I get it. You're smart.
You got gold stars in school.
I've only got the one student. Pretty. Stop trying to impress me.
Barca's like, I know. I gave Barca 14 intelligence and 8 charisma. So
nice.
Love that for him.
While those two are discussing that, Surge finally kind of like rolls out of his cot and limps up to you, Mazie. Not necessarily in a way to avoid the rest of the party, although he is not making eye contact with anybody else.
Jovanna's just trailing. Won't interrupt. Won't stop him. Just.
Mazie's finger knitting her rope right now.
When he gets up to you,
look at him.
He says, "There's a few things you should know before you head out, Raspberry. I assume you are on your way to find Leurant. If you fly, you should know there's a thick fog that rolls in over the Gulf in the mornings, burns off around midday. It stays below most of the peaks, though. Last I heard, Leurant was still working the docks, providing ferry services. That was many, many years ago. If he's no longer there, you can check any of the cave systems along the base of the peaks. I've seen several undocumented ships use them as hideaways."
Mazie just kind of like gives him the side eye. Still continuing her little arts and crafts here. And just, you don't have to call me that anymore. I'm not a White Claw.
He takes a really deep breath. And he says, I never told you that you weren't. But It's not really my call to make anyway. So there is one more thing that I want to say before you go. I am hereby resigning from my position as captain of the White Claw. During the course of the last 10 years of this mission, I have had my ear cut off. I've been buried under a pile of rocks, and I've watched every last member of my team lose hope and die. Every member except for one, of course. My actions do not reflect those of someone who belongs in a leadership position within the ranks of the White Claw. But luckily, I know someone whose actions do. And it is for that reason that I will stand by and await further instructions. Captain. And he goes to hand you a shoulder patch that is traditionally worn by one of the captains of a White Claw group.
Mazie blue screens. Looks over at
Surge
Joe. Looks back at Surge. Gently just pushes it away. You are wrong about a lot of things, Surge. You were wrong about me. You were wrong about the drow. And you were wrong about him, and I point at Bumbleport. But I was wrong too. You were someone I always wanted to be. Ever since I was little. I left Mama and Papa. I wanted to be just like you. I was so excited to be like you. But now that I see you really, you're not a great leader, Surge. You're a good leader, but you aren't a great one. And I found other people I want to be like instead. So you can keep your patch, and you can carry the burden of all the other White Claws who have passed under your watch. But that is not my responsibility. And I don't want to be like you anymore.
Good. Good. I think the best thing I could have done, looking back on my last 10 years, is make my best soldier want to be nothing like me. And he tosses the armband towards where the fire was. And he goes to salute you, but he only gets like halfway up before it very clearly pains him. He just kind of puts his arm back down.
Before you go, or before I never see you again, I don't know. Maybe you're retiring. Chipatra's not really good for retirement. I wanted to tell you something.
What's that?
I wanted to ask you, how do you keep an idiot in suspense?
I don't know.
It's okay. I'll tell you tomorrow. And I walk away.
Serge just limps back to his cot. One more thing I want to say before we go to our first break. At this point, Daystrider's deep meditation breaks. And Kit begins to change. So what was once a massive land dragon is now fully reshaping into like it's a jet black triangle shape that hovers about a foot off the ground, almost completely silently. The middle section has an open seating area about 10 feet wide, 20 feet long. The wings are thin, flat, incredibly aerodynamic. They stretch another 15 feet on either side of the main body. The front of the vehicle has an enclosed control room that looks like something straight out of a futuristic sci-fi scroll. There are 4 Eldritch cannons mounted on the underside to each wing. And then mounted on the underside in the back, one on each wing, is a large something. They kind of look like someone combined an Eldritch cannon with a blacksmith's furnace. And as soon as it is finished making those changes, a set of stairs kind of unfolds itself from the rear, ready to be climbed.
Ben, does it look kind of like a crow or a raven or some kind of other blackbird?
No.
Does it look like the jet from X-Men? Because that's what I'm picturing right now.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. It's the stealth bomber.
That's right. It's a B-2 bomber.
It's a B-2 bomber. Oh my god! Lekyire's just gonna.
That's more menacing than a dragon. Like Jesus.
That is a modern dragon.
It is a modern
We're gonna
dragon.
end society. I mean,
Wow.
This will be very useful against the upper crust.
Daystrider's kind of wipes the sweat off his brow. He goes, well, it's been fun, but, we got a jet. So if you guys are ready to go, we can hop on Kit here. I call it UF Kit, unidentified flying kit. So the funny thing is I've never flown before, so how hard could it be, If you think about like staying on the ground as throwing yourself at the sky and missing, then I figure flying's the same as throwing yourself at the ground and missing, so.
You don't want like a warm-up or something, like a practice lap or something like that now?
He looks under Kit and he goes, it's up.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
right.
All right.
It's like he tripped and forgot to land. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Not even the weirdest thing we've done, guys. Let's get out of here.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
I'll get up. Help old man up. Old man being Barca. And
I was gonna say I'm like old man. Oh.
I'm 32. You have the same lifespan as me.
And you've got such a head start. All right, let's go.
Come on, youngins. Let's go.
He mumbles something about mileage and gets into the night glider.
Mazie waves at everyone. Bye! Thanks for the help with the boar! Looks directly at Sarge. I don't forgive you. And then goes back.
Oh my god! Oh no!
Sarge, not Sarge.
Jovanna looks pretty pleased as she walks up like, hey,
That's my baby.
that's my girl.
We're going to cut to a quick break here. We'll be back shortly.
Woo. Bye!
And we are.
Hello, welcome back. The party just mounted UF Kit for the first time, and they slowly started flying away from the plateau that they've been on for the past couple of episodes. As you guys are kind of approaching the edge of the peaks, beginning of the Gulf area, Daystrider is going to kind of like turn back to the party in their seats if you guys are sitting, and go, so where exactly do you want to start heading to?
I look at Joe and go, we only got one plate for the pancakes left.
We have pancakes?
We're getting there. Not pancakes of the mind.
Oh, okay. Fake pancakes.
Cakes.
Word
Right.
pancakes.
Illusion pancakes.
Okay.
But we have one more, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll go find that one more.
Well, Serge isn't joining us anymore. Friendship ended.
It's okay.
Fire,
So
who still does not know any of the context for that. It just kind of peeks up, reads the room, goes back to sleep.
So we've got one more to find. So I guess we head there then.
Okay, so where is that? Like,
Yeah, who's that?
Bob?
'cause- Who's Bob?
Bob. He's not in the Navy, kind of in the Navy. He's on the rocky land. How do you say
The docks?
Like the piers?
Yeah.
The coast.
Piers?
I switch over to Elvish because I heard other people talking it. It's like a vehicle, but it's on water.
Ship. He says in Elvish.
Yes, that.
Fuck, I don't speak Elvish. Why did I pick
know.
Bob?
That's okay.
I in common will then just say ship.
You
I
know,
also speak Elvish.
that's okay, Lekyre, because of my tongue of sun and moon. Anything I say can be understood.
That's terrifying. That's awesome.
You understand the language? You understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, but the words that it's
I don't like those
we're
words.
still
I like
talking
your
about mind
words, funny bat.
pancakes. It's just because I can understand that we're talking about that you said mind pancakes.
Yes.
So I guess we go find Bob on a ship.
Yeah. It's Serge said it was foggy though, so we should be careful. Especially since where it looks around at UFC flying now.
The ports of the capital.
Okay, we're going to the shipyard.
Yeah, it sounds like
Yes.
it.
Yep.
Maybe
Please.
Okay.
flying a
it's
sneaky
gonna
way?
be a few- Well, I suppose you can tell me what feels safest to you. It's gonna take us a few hours to get there from here. We do got a big cloud cover though.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
at this point, you guys can start to see over the edge of the peaks. And when you look out over what you know to be the massive gulf that the capital city calls home, from your vantage point, all you see instead of pristine waters is as a blanket of white clouds. The clouds themselves are thick and fluffy, which is, of course, because the god usually in charge of making the fog clouds was feeling a bit under the weather this morning. And so the god who filled in for him was actually the god of perfect pancakes, who simply thought, how different could it be?
He was just feeling a little silly.
I
Like a
I
little
feel
silly
like this
guy.
is a Discworld reference somehow.
Just in a
It feels
silly,
very
goofy
Discworld.
It's written in the style, but it's
Okay.
not anything that's necessarily
Yeah, I've only ever
in
seen
there.
the Hogfather, so I'm not
mood.
super
They're great
versed.
books, and you should read them.
On your
10 out of
recommendation,
10.
I will now. I will let
I might.
Daystrider also knows. Like, also you should be
There's more
looking
to
out.
see.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, that's just like
Yeah.
what's in the Gulf.
oh, please.
There's more stuff.
what else is there?
If
Tell us.
you
Tell us
guys
more. Tell
follow-
us more.
If you follow along the ridge line of the peaks, you can make out kind of where the mountain begins to descend down onto the city, because the peaks themselves start to disappear into the fog. Every so often, a very stubborn peak shoots back up above the fog with the persistence of an 80s song that couldn't quite dedicate itself to a finite ending and instead decided to simply repeat the chorus 10 more times while fading out.
Over
and
there's where I
looking-
save children.
Looking out in the direction you know is home, off in the distance you can make out only a fraction of one lone stone tower poking its head out above the clouds, as if the creator had just learned about symbolism but hadn't yet sat through a lesson on subtlety.
If this is how Discworld is, I'm gonna read it now.
Iconic. Yeah, the whole narration is like that. It's
I like this.
glorious.
This is fun.
Barca, I know
Yeah.
you were about to.
Oh yeah. I
Tell
feel
Daystrider, yes.
this point, it'd be good to let him know about the Aarakocra.
Okay. Before you speak on that, make me an investigation check.
Absolutely. First roll for me of the night. Investigation, that is a 15.
15. Okay, so what you would be able to tell from your experience in the city guard and understanding kind of like the ways that stuff like this works is that flying below the fog itself would give the royal fleet the best opportunity to see you guys. But unfortunately, you would not be able to know what kind of flight patterns these Aarakocra would make. So you can inform him that there might be Aarakocra on patrol, but unsure of how and where and when or how and all that stuff.
Right. So I'll say, listen, we have some intelligence about new deployments around the tower. Aarakocra, bird people, I don't know if you're familiar, but humanoid, feathered, they fly. And so as long as we're up here, it feels like this might give us the best cover, and we'll avoid literally running into patrols, which is not something that normally we would think about up here. Yeah, so we might just want to stay up high and try to get our bearings here if we can through visuals or magic or something. But even if we do decide or have to go down low, just be aware there might be more traffic in the skies than normal.
Okay, yeah, I mean, listen, if there's a wizard flying around up here, I got a kit I'd sure like to introduce them to.
Oh yeah,
There's a wizard.
Hit them, absolutely, a couple of times.
Did we just leave T? Sorry, I'm distracting.
In the last episode, T said he wanted to stick back with Bumbleport to discuss plans.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just heads up.
Okay, staying above the fog it is. Away we go. And you guys start flying in the direction of the shipyard. Who wants... Well, before we do this, is there anything that you guys would like to try to do while aboard Kit to try to either gain some sort of visual or track the druid known as Bob?
Mazie's gonna stick out not stick out the window, but like face up to whatever window is visible and just search for a flock of seagulls. And that's literally her only indicator of Bob.
How? You said a couple hours until we get to the port, yeah?
A few.
Okay. I'm going, like, Jovanna will kind of wait until we're quite a bit closer, because this is only within 100 feet. And then we'll... Oh, I don't know if I can use it because I'm not familiar with it. Let me read this. Hold on. Or the nearest creature of a specific kind. Okay. Mazie, what type of creature is Bob? Is he a human or?
No, he's big and fluffy, but not like me. Doesn't have wings.
Furbolg?
No, he has fur.
Like a bugbear?
No, he has big teeth.
Like an orc?
No, because they're on the top, too.
Oh. What?
Yeah, what? Hang on.
Can you draw us a picture or something?
Yeah!
Still with like her finger on her hand.
The paper.
Well, hang on. Actually, more accurately, Kai might be able to read Mazie's mind and then conjure an image because you're so good at that.
That might be a better idea.
Kai, can we get a psychic mirror, please?
I mean, I can try. I don't know if I was able to really hear you or Mazie before, Lekyre or Mazie before, but I mean, a lot's changed since then. So, like, all right, Mazie.
Great practice, yeah.
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 Focus on Bob in your head.
Okay. I'm focusing. Focus. No, close eyes. Focusing.
Mazie's gonna focus
does
on
not
Bob.
have any spell casting.
I feel something. It was a twig in my hair. Never mind.
Okay.
False alarm.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna slide calligrapher's tools over because that's what I have. So it's like a piece of paper. There you go. Can you try drawing Bob, please?
Mazie makes the most childlike drawing possible. Let me.
Are you really drawing?
Yes, I am.
I love it so much. I'm not even going to pull up D&D Beyond for comparison. I want to do this.
So excited for what
I'm gonna try and make it as easy as possible using a random envelope I found. Let me take the shit out of it. Boxing myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looked like this.
Oh my god. Is
Leone?
Leonin?
Yes.
Oh.
Lion
Okay.
person.
A lion person.
Yes, big cat.
Big cat. Big
cat.
Big cat, big birds. Got it.
Still hydrate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Interesting. So,
I'm making bad decisions.
I will tell Daystrider, hey, when we get a little bit closer, will you let me know, like, I don't know, if you can navigate like 1,000 feet away, could you let me know?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. And then when we get 1,000 feet away, I'm gonna use locate creature.
Okay. Yeah, we're still a ways away from that.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm just preemptively saying when we get within 1,000 feet, I will use locate creature.
Oh
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
my fingernail.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I'd like to do a short scene with Mazie if no one else has anything else.
I'm snoozing.
Because I got nothing else other than watch out for birds. That was my bit. I'll go sit next to Mazie, who's like, you're knitting and looking out the window for seagulls?
Yeah,
Okay. Say anything good?
clouds.
Yeah.
It's very bright.
Hey, I kind of heard some of the stuff that you said to your old, commander? Captain? Surge, yeah. It's your old Surge. You okay?
I'm better than I was, I think. I don't like how complicated everything feels. It wasn't complicated before, and now there's a lot at once.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I want to forgive. It's the right thing to do, but I don't think I can. I don't think I can forgive any of them, and some of them are dead. So like that's a harsh thing, right? You should forgive dead people.
Well, I mean, if only for yourself, maybe. I mean, they don't really matter anymore, I guess, on that side of the equation. Would you like a little bit of advice?
Okay.
She like holds her hands up.
Would you like me to tell you some advice?
Okay.
There's good news and there's bad news. The older you get, the more you live in this world, the more things are going to get complicated. Life goes towards complication, and not always in a good way. I think you're starting to feel that. But the good news is that there'll always be some things that are always going to be simple, solid, and that you can always count on. And I'll kind of like gesture a little bit and look around the room of everyone else in the room and in Kit and be like, people in here though, they're going to be pretty straightforward. Hold on to this, especially as things get more and more complicated out there. And as far as forgiving somebody and trusting somebody are two different things.
Even though I was mad and sad and smad, I still went back for him.
Yeah.
And I know he wouldn't go back for me. I know that now.
That just makes you a better person than him, which we all kind of knew. So, you didn't want to be captain, huh?
No. That's not who I am anymore.
Yeah, because you're not like him, huh?
I want to be like... She gestures around. All of you. A little bit. Like all of you. I want to be as nice as Joe. And I want to be able to smile as much as Kai. And I want to do magic as good as Lekyre does.
She does sleight of hand.
Jovanna is heavily thinking of what?
Lekyre, who's been pretending to be asleep, tries not to giggle and fails a little. Just a little.
Jovanna looks
snuffle.
bewildered because she does not feel nice.
and I want to be able to someday lead like you.
Well, I think you got us all pegged pretty good. For what it's worth, I think you would have been a great captain. And I slip her my badge of the watch, and I get up and go sit by Joe.
Is your watch badge shiny?
Yes.
She eats it.
Barca is not looking on purpose. It's also like this, like it's like 2 Reese's cups put together. It's like the size of the Lekyre. I was looking for mine too.
That's so shiny.
I don't have mine.
Everything's bite size if your mouth is big enough.
She's just like nods on it.
Oh,
that's
thank you
that.
for my friendship bracelet.
Jovanna looks down like.
Your what?
I make you one too, so we can match.
It's your friendship bracelet, Barca.
Oh, right. I'm glad you like it. Turns back around, glares at Joe.
Lekyre
My
will
best friend
remember
is
this.
so good.
You want to know or not?
I sit down next to her. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm going to have to know if...
What do you
Lekyre
want to
will
know?
remember this.
Yeah.
I don't want to break her heart. Friendship bracelet?
Yeah, it's not from you. It's from Ilmater, but she doesn't know that.
I'm gonna pop up and play a distraction and sit next to Mazie and teach her more magic tricks so that she doesn't pick up on the ruse.
Oh,
What?
It's from Ilmater. That's
Is your god recruiting? I don't know how I feel about that.
it's not. It was no. It was that he healed her or helped heal her wrist when you did, because I couldn't.
Oh, and... Okay.
Yes.
Who wants to make a D100 roll for me?
Let Lekyre do it.
Go ahead, Lekyre.
To roll over 30.
Is
Do your pretty dice.
Is this you wanting to talk about like the whole thing, or like is this you just asking about the friendship bracelet?
I haven't rolled these.
Are you offering to talk about the
I was waiting
what
for you to
appears
bring
to
it-
be very complicated religious
I
drama?
was just waiting for you to bring it up, so that's why I was waiting. Go ahead.
And notice I said drama, not trauma, but we can talk about that too.
Oh my god. Feff, I'll let you jump in your roll.
89.
Big numbers.
Interesting.
Is there anything else that you guys wanted to do in this first hour of the flight? Yeah, Kai?
I think while Mazie and Barca were talking, Kai would have tried to like find a quiet corner, probably next to Lekyre, on the ship, and he'd sit down and he'd be like, "Sorry about the prank.
Okay. The important thing. There's two important things for you to remember. One, it's okay. It is alright. Pranks are harmless fun intended to trick one another and have a laugh. The other thing you remember, that I am very good at tricks, and there will be a reckoning, and I will be laughing.
Okay. And Kai's just gonna kind of scoot over a little bit and allow Lekyre to take the rest of his nap.
You started
I think Kai's gonna try to like meditate a little bit and try to deal with some of the voices, and I'm gonna try to like call out to Bob through the weave.
Are you there, Bob?
Just
me,
like
Kai.
calling Bob the cleric. Bob the cleric, are you there?
You're gonna get the
Bob the cleric,
You're gonna
druid.
get the wrong one now.
Wrong Bob.
There's a poor
Yes,
dude
Kai, there is a
transcribing some
Bob.
scripture and being like, God?
God?
Like in a monastery
Sorry, wrong
somewhere.
number.
And then you fly out of range.
Sorry, not you, Bob the druid.
That's how you get a reformed religion.
No,
Sorry,
God, I've been
wrong
waiting
my
for
mouth.
your...
Wrong my mouth. So sorry, and then you leave.
Kai, go ahead and make a wisdom check for me.
I don't like those. That's not bad. 17.
Okay. So the way that this works, it's not a quick thing. You will have to concentrate for a while in order to sort through all the voices in your head to try and go more or less one by one until you find one that you would know as Bob. So you've begun this, and it's going to take as if concentrating on a spell sort of thing.
Sure.
And so while you are concentrating on that,
I think since Barca asked, like, do you actually want to talk about this? Jovanna will kind of be like, well, I kind of waited for you to bring it up, like, and you haven't, which is more worrisome. So I'm guessing I'm asking if you want to talk about it.
Well, I mean, listen, far be it from me to get involved in someone's, religious personal business, which is like a special kind of personal business.
Sure.
But, I was just trusting your naturally outgoing and forthcoming nature to, oh, wait, no, you never talk about anything. So.
Mm-hmm. All right. What do you want to know, Barca? Ask me a question.
So why did we almost die because you couldn't heal us?
You're asking why I couldn't heal you? Or...
Yeah. No, I know why we almost died. Yeah, I've met us.
That's why I was a little confused on the question. And she'll kind of look around. This won't be the just Barca. This will be an answer to the group. And trying not to disturb Kai too much from their meditation. But because Ilmater kept calling and I kept not responding. And so they made sure to be noticed in a way that hurt me the most.
Okay. So why did you leave Ilmater on read?
Because I wasn't utilizing any of his gifts before this group, really. I was to an extent. But for the past 10 years, I really haven't been doing that. And I didn't want to have to start again.
So what changed?
She's going to reach down into her satchel and pull out that little black book. And she's going to open it. And she's going to
as
very quickly...
you pull it out, and start to go through it. I was hoping that the iPad would make noise of dice rolling, and it didn't.
Sure.
For dramatic effect.
Yeah, dice rolled. So you guys are all gonna feel Kit make a sudden jerk. And things are gonna get real hot as all 5 of you are gonna take 6 points of fire damage.
Oh shit!
Ooh, I take half.
Owie.
Is it warming up in here?
I do feel a little warm. Yes.
And it's kind of top down where you guys are. So what you do notice is the dissipating effects of a fireball have just washed over Kit and crew.
They know.
And Daystrider turns and goes, "We got a live one."
I take off my shirt.
Not for long. What?
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 No, don't explain. It's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Both of us. What? You guys are just stripping.
Is it warm in here?
It is
now?
hot in here.
No.
Did you just rip? Barca
Well, no,
Very hot
he's
in
following
here.
the classic adage: it's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes.
Exactly.
Um,
that is the rules for when you see fire. So take off all your clothes. Not stop, drop, and roll.
It turns out Lekyre's from New Jersey.
So you guys look up and you see floating above the fog, off to the side, one Aarakocra wearing the robes of the Hightower.
Of course.
How far away is he?
I'm gonna need everybody to roll initiative for me.
Oh, he's not gonna last long.
Oh, there's the frickin' dice
Let's
noise.
see.
I'm gonna take all the other dice out of this box so that we don't have them bickering.
Bickering. The dice are fighting.
Dice are fighting.
Ooh, that's low.
Okay.
Okay, I've got an 11 from Barca,
Oh no.
a 115 from Mazie.
Holy-
Impressive.
Listen, we get you're fast, but
No, I mean
I'm not
that
that fast.
tracks.
I'm not that fast.
So it's a 15, Mazie?
Yeah, just a 15.
Okay.
Question:
to
when we
roll.
take a long
Yes.
rest, we recover half of our hit die.
Correct.
Okay.
Your max HP is gonna go to whatever it was, and then you'll recover half of your other hit dice.
Okay.
I forgot to look at.
Follow up: since we're at 15th level, would that be 7 or 8?
Eight.
Okay. It won't let me change it to just 15 instead of 115, so we're speedy as fuck right now.
That's fine.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
So 18 from Jovanna. So Joe, you'll be acting first.
Cool.
And then we have Mazie.
how far away is the wizard?
Right now, he's about 150 feet away,
Oh, I can clear that.
which is the upper range of a fireball.
Interesting. Okay.
And the name of this type of high tower creature is called a bird of prey.
Very
That's
clever.
hilarious.
Very clever.
Ooh,
So he's a cleric?
these dice wish to fight. These dice wish to roleplay. Okay, these dice are
These
fighting.
dice wish to fight. These dice wish to roleplay.
The dice are fighting.
Barca, you'll go after Kai. Daystrider is after that. And then Lekyre last.
I have a
Um,
question. How large is Kit at the moment?
Big.
Just the
Gargantuan.
Do you have a feet, maybe?
So wide, he is
Just a guess.
About 50 feet wide, the widest part.
Okay.
And then probably like 15 feet long, but it is a triangle.
Sure. Okay.
As far as height, pretty thin.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 feet tall.
How much room is in this cabin that we are in?
You guys
make sure we understand.
10 feet wide, 20 feet long, and then right at the front of that is where Daystrider sits inside of his cockpit. We are going to have a couple special rules for this one.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
So while Kai is actively trying to concentrate on locating Bob, if anybody is within 5 feet of him, you can use your action to throw your body in between him and a physical hit.
Okay.
Anything that requires a roll, not necessarily an area. You couldn't jump in front of an area attack. And then also, Barca, you specifically, Daystrider would tell you can, at any point, tell him where you want this vehicle to go. Otherwise, he's just going to ram the wizard. But at any point you want to dive into the fog, if you want to try to escape, if you want to try to hide, he's leaving those decisions up to you. His only concern is to ram the wizard.
Come on and slam. And
You got
welcome to
windshield
the
wipers.
wizard ram.
And this is technically, I know Mazie can fly, so she will likely not have to abide by these rules, but you guys are constricted to the rules of mounted combat as of current. But it's not a mount that you can necessarily easily fall off of. But that does mean dexterity saving throws are made by the mount. And the way that it works, though, with Kit specifically, if Kit succeeds on the dexterity saving throw, you guys will not be affected by the effects of the spell. If he fails the dexterity saving throw, you guys are only going to take half of whatever the damage is, if it is a damaging thing. So with that being said, Jovanna is our first person in combat. The wizard is about 150 feet away right now.
Mazie, you're going to go out and fly, yeah?
I can make it.
Almost what I asked.
You want me to punch?
Are you planning on going out and flying?
Why would I be in here?
Okay, great.
Can't punch from here.
Okay, great. I love that for us. I don't have anything that range.
You can hold actions until the vehicle is closer.
Yeah, I know. I just
But yeah, the half of the point of this fight is to make you guys have to do dumb things or not be able to do anything at all.
Which is great, and I love this. No, I love
Throw the
like,
bat.
and that's not being sarcastic. Like I genuinely think this is a great
It's fun.
thing that you've
It's
done.
a fun puzzle.
Yes. It is a fun.
Throw
puzzle.
the bat.
Throw me. I can take it.
Something home run.
Okay.
Something we win.
Okay.
Totes.
Mazie, can I boop you?
Right here?
Boop. I just boop you as I'm gonna use my kin punishment for Mazie.
I'm being
I'll spend the
punished.
hit die. Nope, you're not. All right.
I'm sorry, I won't prank again.
Nope, you're not.
Oh,
Don't worry
no.
about it. Don't
Sorry,
worry about
Ben.
it. All right. So that is active and up, and all my orders are up. Just to remind you all, with as long as you're within 10 feet of me, which some of you aren't. And I think that's pretty much all I can do. But kin punishment is active on Mazie. So
Okay. Mazie, you're up with the bird of prey on deck.
I'm gonna zoom.
Yeah, is there a way to get out of Kit easily?
Well, I mean, for you, yeah, you just fly out.
Okay.
It's like you're in a convertible.
Okay.
Up and up!
That's the easiest and best way to do it. Yeah, but it's already open.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
The rule with kit is that when you put it together for the first time, you decide whether or not it is top up or top down. And you can't change that during its existence as that vehicle. So the idea here is, do I let my party throw shit from the back of it, or do I keep them trapped as well?
Yeah. Okay.
And so he's letting you guys throw shit at the back of it.
Okay, wonderful. I am going to make a zoom. You said he's 150 away?
Yes.
Roughly? Okay, so we will
50.
use... My fly speed is 65, so I can step with the wind to make that. No.
130.
130.
130 with a dash, but if your bonus action step of the wind, that's 130 feet, and then you'd have your extra 65 as part of your regular movement.
You can just hold your action. And then step off, right?
I could.
She can.
Kit is getting closer. Okay. I'm gonna kind of like brace myself on top of Kit and like cling on with my little bat claws and wait until Kit is within like 120 feet so I can make the distance easier. And yeah.
Okay, so that brings us to the bird of prey, who is just going to cast another fireball.
I love that this being is just like attacking us, but doesn't know actually who we are. Has just decided that yes, unidentified object in the sky.
It's his area.
That's pretty fair, though. You see a giant ooze in the sky that looks moderately like a bomber plane. I think you'd throw fire at it.
They don't know what a bomber plane is. It's fine.
Which is why you throw fire at it.
They about to learn.
Only Daystrider knows.
Daystrider went to Nom.
Oh no!
I believe that 100%.
He's actually a time traveler that went to Nom, decided he didn't want to deal with it, and came back. Like, I would believe it. Like,
you need big slingshot on this thing.
So that is a... Yeah, okay, so he fails that saving throw, that dexterity saving throw as well. So you guys are going to take half of...
I'm loving it.
Half of 9 fire damage.
If I'm on top, do I just make the save myself, or am I still using Kit?
If you let go of Kit, if you are unmounted.
Okay. Okay. He said half of 9?
Yes.
Okay. So 5. These are tiny fireballs.
Oh, shoes.
You forgot to upcast?
It's because I've been rolling a different... It's
Have
not
you
that I
been doing
forgot to
Firebolt?
upcast. When I first did it, I originally rolled half of the dice because I had already decided that he had... So instead of rolling 8d6, I rolled 4d6. And then my brain was like, no, that's just what it is all the time. So...
We are not
Would you
complaining.
like us to just take the 9 then?
No, I'm going to roll 8.
Okay.
And this new number
Okay.
is going to be...
fine.
You're going to take
Okay.
half of... You will take half of 28.
Oh.
Okay, I should have shut up.
Oh.
No, not 114.
Sure.
My number pad really likes
Half
ones.
of 24, 14. Half
Ow.
of that, 7.
It's times like this where I wish I could apply evasion onto the Kit.
Hey, Ben,
Yes, Kai.
is it too late to... Well, let me ask, can I cast spells that don't require concentration? Or am I fully involved in finding Bob?
You are finding Bob as if concentrating on a spell. So
Cool.
same rules apply, which does mean I do need a new Constitution saving throw from you.
Oh no. That is a 12.
Okay, somebody will have to... It
Yes.
just has to be more than the damage, yeah?
It has to be so half of 28 is 14.
Right.
So he has to beat half that damage or minimum 10. Right?
Okay.
So 10.
Okay, so yeah, you say you are still able to concentrate on finding Bob.
Second question: is it too late to copy cast that fireball back at him?
How far away does he have to be?
Oh, 60 feet. Yep, never mind.
You wouldn't necessarily have a good clear shot of his lips or his beak, whatever.
Sniper.
That makes sense.
Actually, fireball's range is 150. Okay, and that brings us to you, Kai.
All right, Kai is going to turn to Barca and Lekyre and ask, so, like, do we want to deal with this dude at a distance, or do we want to get closer?
I think we want to get closer.
All right, cool. I'll try that.
Gotta be closer to punch.
And I'm going to upcast my favorite spell, Ben, Vortex Warp.
Vortex
At
Warp.
level 4 for the 150 feet.
Okay.
And he needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. That is going to be 22.
Oh, that will pass. And I didn't say that beforehand. Damn. Okay.
Has Vortex Warp ever worked so far in this campaign?
I think the first time it did.
Once or twice, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So seeing that fail, shoot. Okay. I'm gonna turn to Lekyre and Barca and just go, sorry. And that's my turn.
That's all right, buddy.
All right. Barca, your turn. Daystrider on deck.
Okay, I'm going to tell Daystrider to close the distance to get us within, I'm going to guess, 30 feet, if he can.
Okay, you hear a very maniacal, evil laugh from Daystrider.
Okay, if you want to hit him while you're doing it, that also counts as within 30 feet.
You guys will be moving on his turn. So
yes, and I would like to basically put myself clearly between the bird of prey and Kai for that helping thing you mentioned, and then also I would like to have my ready action be when we get within 60 feet. I want to sense essence.
Okay. So we have a couple triggers here. One, Mazie's will activate once we get with 120 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then Barky, yours will go at 60 feet.
Yep.
So Daystrider is going to use his bonus action to press a button on the yoke that he's holding onto, and that's going to activate the Fleetwind Max Burst.
Oh yeah.
And the two turbine engines on the underside, the back of the plane is just kind of like the fire glows blue, and this and Kit, I mean, full blast takes off at the wizard. So 30 feet from that, Mazie, you're gonna hit your 120 mark.
Cool. Key point, step of the wind, and we're gonna go up and punch.
Okay. Roll to hit.
I feel like we need Iron Man music. Like, this feels very Iron Man of Mazie in the suit. Just
Bum, bum, bum.
That's better. There we go.
Okay, so that's a 16 plus 8, so 24.
Let me see what I can find.
24 does hit.
Beautiful. That's a 1d8 plus 3. 7 on the first hit, and I'm gonna wham again. Hell
Okay.
yeah.
Royalty free?
It's Doom.
26
Okay.
on the second.
26 hits as well.
That's... What are you? Oh. 11 points of bludgeoning damage. And I would like to put a key point in for Stunning Strike. And I would also like to put another key point in for Throat Chop.
Okay. What is the... I'm sorry, you said it was how much damage on the second punch?
Second one was 11.
11, okay. What is the save for Stunning Strike?
It is a D... Sorry, it's a 16. D20, but you have to roll a 16. It's
what is
a con save,
Constitution?
sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, 17.
So it succeeds on the Stunning Strike. I need another save for the Throat Chop. Also con.
13.
Fails.
Let's go.
And he is silenced for 1 minute. He can
Oh my
use his action
God.
to attempt the saving throw at the end of his
Nice.
turn.
That's nasty.
That's so good.
Oh, it's
Flap,
so good.
Flap,
Yay.
Happy
We
bat.
get 60 feet closer. Barca, you're 60 feet away.
Since Essence. And he will need to do a... it is a charisma saving throw, please.
It does not have life essence.
Huh.
Can I sense... If that uses my thing, then fine. But can I then just cast a wide beam to see if there's something else out here?
Yeah, I'll let you do that.
Yeah, I want to turn on the Essence radar and see if there's something else out here.
Yeah, the only life essence you're sensing is the people in Kit, Mazie, and Kit itself.
That thing's not alive, guys.
Now, I guess you guys wouldn't necessarily know this because you haven't gone up against any undeads. And this would just be background information for the story so far. But
Right. I was thinking either illusion, construct, or undead.
yeah, so constructs definitely don't have life. Well, Kit is technically a construct.
Yeah, but he's a special kind of construct, right?
Right.
And we can throw out illusion because it just got punched.
I touched it.
Mazie didn't touch it. But undead would have a life essence, but it would just be like a negative.
It'd be
It
a
would
hole.
be gross.
It would be gross.
Yeah.
Icky.
It would be a hole in the background radiation, right? And
Yeah.
so is that what I'm getting? Is a negative space?
No, you're just not. It's just there's no life essence. If there is life essence, it's like
Yeah.
not enough.
Yeah. This
to
thing's not
pick up
alive.
on.
Undead, construct, something like that.
Empty.
Empty. So I know we never really feel bad about killing these guys, but now you super don't have to feel bad.
Oh, Barca.
Turn well spent, and I am done.
Okay. Daystrider is going to fully close the distance. UF Kit already had a movement speed of about 80 feet flying per turn, and Fleetwind Max Burst doubles its movement speed for a turn. So it just very casually went 160 feet close the entire gap, and he's not stopping. He is fully ramming into this wizard, which is Paladin. Never actually fought with Bass Rider before, so this is fun.
I never knew I wanted heavy metal music for battles, and now this is all I want ever.
This
It just feels really fitting.
Like, this is what I normally want.
This context, very fitting.
Mm-hmm.
It just, Mazie feels very Iron Man, battling in the air, and now it's even more so. It's a construct. Or undead, you know, whatever. It's not alive.
Mazie's not smart enough to be Iron Man. She's probably more like Thor, except forget the hammer. We're just gonna punch. Grab him by the throat.
I'd be okay with that, though. Like,
I like Pop Tart.
bop, bop.
Pop Tart.
Additional 1d6.
Somewhere out there, there's a culture of bats that worships Mazie.
Oh god, if there is
will be
now, she's
soon.
gonna have a problem.
So yeah, he gets rammed. That's a 28 to hit. And because of Fleetwind Max Burst, if you move 20 feet in a straight line and you hit somebody, they get extra damage. So that's going to be D8 plus a D6 bludgeoning. So that's going to be 4 plus proficiency bonus. What's your guys' proficiency bonus right now?
5.
Is it 5? Okay. So that's going to be 9 plus Kit's strength modifier, which is plus 10. So that's going to be 19 points of bludgeoning damage.
Just as a personal favor, can you describe the noise it makes when he get hit by this giant stealth bomber?
Well, it's wearing armor underneath the robe, so you know the sound of somebody stepping on a can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a crumple, like a metal crumpling noise, and a very deep guttural. Actually, he looks like he would want to make a deep guttural, but his throat is not working.
I did that.
He also
In
needs
Mazie's
to make,
grip, no one can hear you scream. Got it.
In bat space, no one can hear you scream.
He also needs to make a strength saving throw.
I'm just more concerned that wizards are making constructs now. Like, that's a very concerning thing to me.
That's a thing. I mean, they do that.
Flying creature need to make a save against being knocked prone.
So,
They can get the wind knocked out of them, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, so that flying creatures.
It would fall, right?
Yeah, most flying creatures
until its next turn.
Yeah, I mean, typically most flying creatures, like beholders and things, they are immune to prone condition, but they can still be restrained. And if they flap, the argument's always like, well, do they fall or not?
I've seen birds fall out of the sky.
Yeah. Isn't Aarakocra immune to the prone condition?
I don't think so.
Don't think so.
I don't think it really applies here,
prone,
though.
It's going to fall into the clouds, and we're going to lose sight of it.
That's true.
I can go after it.
Don't.
If it makes you feel any better, it did succeed on the strength saving throw.
Gives Kit a hug.
However, if this does happen, if he gets rammed again,
Okay. I think if a flying creature is knocked prone, has its speed reduced to 0, or is otherwise deprived of the ability to move, the creature falls, unless it has the ability to hover, or is being held aloft by magic, such as a fly spell.
Okay, so yeah, no, he would have started to fall.
And when you fall, aside from reactions, you immediately fall up to, I believe, 500 feet before you can take an action or a bonus action.
It's 500 feet.
I believe so. I'll double check right now.
So.
I don't think
That
that's
sounds
right.
like a
That's
lot.
correct.
I
thought it was like 60 feet.
It's a d6 worth of 10 feet of damage for every 10 feet, but when you hit the ground. But
it maxes out at 20d6 or 10d6.
It does max it.
Yeah.
It's 20.
Kit's ram attack is targeted to one creature, right? I don't have to for being in the vicinity of that.
Correct.
Okay. Mazie just backflips onto Kit.
When you fall from a great height, you instantly descend up to 500 feet. If you're still falling on your next turn, you descend up to 500 feet at the end of that turn. This process continues until the fall ends. Yeah, you
500 feet in 6 seconds.
That's a lot.
Actually, so in the real world, in 6 seconds, because
That's true.
it's 32. What is it? It's 9.8 meters per second squared. So in 6 seconds, you fall 180 meters or 590 feet. I'm not arguing with it. I'm just saying that's a surprising number that does check out.
Now that's
This is
that's
the
book.
nerdiest conversation we've had in this show.
Honestly, I love it. I'm
Balls.
kind of here for this.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
am here for it.
500 feet, and all you
Yeah.
get is a reaction. You better have something fun.
Yeah, do what you want, Ben. I just was surprised that was that much.
A lot of
Alright.
these numbers actually do make sense in comparison to the real world. Like you can make 30 feet in 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Well,
so that
would you look at the at?
Ben's like, oh no, my combats.
that is in Xanathar's guide to everything.
Combat?
Come back? Question mark.
There you
Combat.
go.
Combat.
Kit does a little bit of a hit and run. He had 160 feet to move, and he only needed 150 of it.
No.
So he just smacks, and then keeps flying.
Shit. Do I go
So
get?
at this point, I'm assuming he would just tumble over the back of Kit, who is like 30 feet long. So the Aarakocra is now kind of just flying above, like it would just get hit. And now he's just above the opening where you guys are standing.
Who wants to grab the Aarakocra?
Yeah, how far away is he?
Well, he's flying, but he's just above, so maybe like 8 feet above you guys. 10
Awesome.
feet by rules, by mathematics within the grid.
Love it.
Lekyre, it is your turn, and then we're going to take our second break at the end of this round.
Okay. So it's behind. He's behind us by how many feet now?
About 10
No. He's pretty much above you guys.
Oh, excellent.
So, like, the front of the machine gets knocked by that, and so he just moves 10 feet back above Kit.
I am
and
going.
There's 20 more feet
Okay.
of Kit.
I'm going to casually step off the side. And you watch as 2 demonic bat wings unfurl, catch, and I turn and I fly after the Aarakocra.
I just glanced at Barca. Did you know he did that?
Kinda.
Oh my god.
All right.
Oh my God.
With my bonus action, I will activate and take 2 hit die to activate my Essence Cloak.
Does it take you a bonus action to activate your wings?
No.
Interesting. Okay.
I just have a fly speed that I've been sitting on. Activating my Essence Cloak, I will then go to stab him with my rapier like I do. This is the way.
Okay.
This is
Roll
the
to hit.
Natural 20.
Wah,
Get
wah, wah,
out.
wah, 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 wah.
All right, getting out the
I mean, you would have some friends within 5 feet of him at this point.
Oh, that's a good point.
So
I believe
that would be,
Mazie is on top of him, right?
well, also a gargantuan ally is
Yeah, Kit's there.
literally just rammed him.
I like it. Out comes the rapier and an absolute glee because Lekyre loves one thing and it's killing wizards. So first 2d8 for the rapier. And then
Okay.
for the cloak damage, an additional... I'm at 2d8, so that becomes 48. And now I'm going to go to the sneak attack damage.
read the cloak attack damage?
Under actions, it says for cloak, D8 damage 2d8. Your cloak naturally aids you in combat while wearing the cloak. Oh, it says add 1 additional weapon damage die.
Yeah. It's just because like the way that I have it set up in the character sheet.
The amount of additional damage die increases to 2 when you reach 13th level, and I'm at 15.
Well, there you go. So yeah, it wouldn't double because of the crit, but you would add the additional 2.
Okay, so not an additional 4,
right? Oh wait, no. Because your weapon damage die would just be rapier plus cloak damage,
and
then you're doubling that. So
yeah.
So yeah, you would double the 4d8.
Yeah,
I believe.
That's how.
Let's go.
I believe so. That's how we've been playing it. I believe.
Okay.
All right, on to the sneak attack damage. Whermst, why have you abandoned me? There you are.
Why have you
8d6 becoming 16d6. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16d6. All right.
How you doing over there, Ben?
Coming out to a cheeky 93 damage. Almost broke the 100. So this casual step off and half tuck with the like a little tiny half barrel roll and flipping to reorient. Boom, wing, boom, burst, and the rapier right into him as I fly by, and then as I pass him, I carve it around and bank hard around him to pull up close and I flick the blood at his face.
At that rotisserie chicken.
And then that's my turn.
Yes.
I'm taking a screenshot of this. Almost broke the 100. I've got a couple of ones in here, so it's possible, guys. I will join the upper echelons with Mazie.
You'll get there. I believe in you.
I just see Ben processing. Like, I don't know what's happening over there.
Ben regrets the abilities he gave his play.
Put it on the bingo. Put it on the bingo.
Oh yeah, I just marked off Ben regrets giving players cool abilities.
Let me. I'm making a roll real quick.
Hightower chat.
Okay. All right. I just had to check to see if the bird went into shock.
Just put a blanket over its head. It won't know what's going on.
It'll just go to sleep.
He'll go to sleep.
He'll think it's nighttime. Yeah.
All right, we are gonna take a quick break, and then and then Joe will finish this fight.
Yes, you will.
Because it's not dead, but it wishes it was. So we're gonna
back with the doom music.
Whoa.
Hello and welcome back. We just left off because a bird popped into the sky, and then Lekyre stabbed it. Stabbed it real hard. Joe, top of the round, brings us to you.
Uh-huh. How close are they now? Like, are they just kind of hovering there? Like,
well, it's not that they're
them?
hovering. It's everything's happening at the same time.
Right. Can I even see them?
Yeah.
They're like 10 feet away from you.
Oh, okay.
They're above you.
Like,
so you would have to like kind of walk a few feet, and then they'd be like directly above you.
Okay.
With a big dent in his armor and a sword in his chest.
Wow. The poor thing.
And a bruise on his throat.
Remind me, do we want this creature alive? Or like, what was the deal?
No, I don't think it's alive. I don't think we're gonna get much out of it.
That's what I was asking. And you said there was no. If it's not alive, there's not really an essence. So I'm just gonna see if this works. You know what? We're just gonna do a little test. I am gonna cast command on it. It needs to roll me a wisdom saving throw of 16.
I love the idea of Jovanna just like running along the plane, which means that she's basically standing still as the plane's moving and then going for it.
The plane becomes your treadmill.
Ben?
It fails.
Oh, I love that for it. He says it's not alive, so drop.
Give me 1 second. I'm
Turn my fan off. There we go. It's doing something.
I know.
It's going somewhere.
I know.
I'm like worried it's gonna be too loud. I'm like got my hand on the wheel.
You're like, there's some. It's building something.
It's doom. You gotta.
I know.
Where did these come from? Oh, from you. There's just batteries on my desk. I was like,
Oh.
Apparently, we're adding Ben has to think to the bingo cards.
Yeah.
I think that's a great addition.
Ben doing a process wheel.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Like, he sits so still. You're like, is he frozen? No, he's just really thinking.
Blue screen Ben.
Yeah.
Ben does the thinker pose.
That would actually be.
He's
great
like
photo.
literally in it though.
The thinking
You're right,
man.
You're right. So I'm gonna take Ben's pose and Photoshop it over the thinking man.
Pretty please.
Please.
Please. Pretty please.
We need this for scientific reasons.
Also, in answer to some of the stuff people were asking about earlier, you can throw those. There's a whole clips channel on the Discord.
There is.
And so some of those edits, if you would like to, you don't have to post them in the Hightower channel. You can put them in the clips channel, and it will.
You know, if you have memes and things like that, those go. But yeah, clips is clips.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that command was going to cause Ben to think this hard.
Yeah, it's like the one little piece of this lore that I didn't fully just homebrew. And I can't ask you guys how you would rule it because that would give away the fun little surprise.
Uh-oh.
Surprise.
So I'll have to talk to someone else about it. But as for now, I'm gonna rule it the way that I think it would be based off of the wording.
Okay, sure.
And you cast command and you say drop, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Obviously, nothing will happen until its turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, on its next turn. So yes, on its turn,
Okay.
it'll need to follow that command, whatever is given to it.
Got it. Okay, Mazie. It is your turn.
Well, I just saw my friend fly, which is awesome. And I think that I'm gonna go ahead and fly after them. Beat them up.
Let's go.
So I'm gonna dive after, and then I'm going to. Is your sword still in him at all?
No, I specified that I took it out and flicked the blood at his face.
Okay, wonderful. I'm gonna kind of get below it, and I'm going to punch it so that it can just go into Lekyre.
Just.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Got it. All right, roll to hit.
I'm going to roll now.
Yeah. That is a natural 20.
Oh, let's go.
Hell yeah.
Well, that hits.
Yeah, I would assume it's hard to miss a 28. And on top of that, because I have the Crusher feat, it does move it 5 feet into Lekyre's direction.
Mary,
I don't think it provokes opportunity attack, though.
Nah.
Yeah.
No. I don't have the feat for that.
It just moves it. It just moves it, which is fun.
Well, even if you did have the feat, if the creature's being moved against its will, it doesn't activate an opportunity attack.
True. So I'm going to grab this dice. I don't trust you because you rolled low before.
And this bird is having a fucking bad day.
Hey, he started it.
Bird was like,
really
I'll throw a fireball.
Ooh, 2 6s. So that is going to be a total of 15 points of bludgeoning damage on the first one.
It
Okay.
begins.
Ooh, actually. No, never mind. I can't do that. Okay. And I'm just going to roll to hit it again.
What's the follow duck?
24.
Kyle?
24 hits.
Cool.
He was like, "Oh, it's just a simple fireball."
9
Like,
more
no.
points. 9 more points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, how do you want to do this?
Woo!
Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, I would love for it to be a combo attack with Lekyre, if possible.
I would love that.
Sure.
So I am going to punch it once towards Lekyre, and then I will just kind of like use my claws to rip out its throat, essentially.
Nice.
That's already bruised. But what's Lekyre doing on that?
It comes to me. The throat goes out. I'm going to grab it by the head and then let the body drop and keep the head and then drop it.
Oh, we could have kept that. It would have been a trophy.
You can probably catch it.
I want to get the head.
So that does take us out of combat.
Okay.
The doom music suddenly stops.
Yeah, sorry. I could have been smoother about that.
As soon as you sever the head, Lekyre, the head and the body both turn into snow and then melt as it falls.
I know exactly what that is.
Mhm.
Mazie doesn't though, so.
That is a weird snowman.
The urge to eat the snow was very palpable for a second there, but I managed to fight it.
Do it.
No.
Don't eat the snow.
Conquer the snow.
I think we just did.
Consume it.
So you guys continue your flight path.
Yeah, I'll get back in the plane. Aircraft.
After the first hour or so, Kai, you are unable to fully establish a connection with Bob, but you were able to briefly get glimpses of a voice that, without any way of explaining it, you knew to be Bob. Very brief glimpses, not enough to get a sense of direction or anything like that. And based off of what you've been able to experience with hearing voices, your best guess would be a distance thing. The closer you are to someone, the easier it is to connect with them. Which, not knowing exactly where he is on the ground would mean whether you want to go with this or not. If you guys did lower your flight path, you might be able to have an easier time connecting with him.
I will relay that information essentially to the group. So, like, I mean, we can risk it if we want to try to find him more easily, but that's up to you.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if this was clear. The fog is thick to the point where you guys can fly in the fog. Like it's not above or below, it's above, in, or below.
Well, Joe, weren't you trying something too?
Yeah, I just need to be within 1,000 feet, though, so it's not a big deal. It can be above or below, as long as I'm within 1,000 feet.
I mean, like, right now, I can't gauge distance or direction very well, but I might be able to say if we're close enough to it, and then Joe can kind of lead us directly there afterwards.
Looking around a bit. Everything got kind of jostled and jolted as we were suddenly under attack. Jovanna, did you say that you were tinkering around with your book?
Yeah, she dropped it.
You dropped it?
Yep.
Mr. DM, sir. Can I roll stealth to scoop it up, tuck it away?
I suppose so.
Okay. Do you want stealth or sleight of hand?
Well, it's not in her possession.
Okay.
So it would be stealth. But Joe, are you actively aware that it's gone and looking for it?
She's not actively looking at it yet, like looking for it, because she hasn't. She's now focused on this conversation with Barca about what they would like to do next. So she's not actively looking at it or like for it.
Okay. Lekyre, you are going against her passive.
With a
yeah,
plus,
I'm
with a
so
plus 23 to my roll.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
Oh no, that's a 2, which becomes a 10, which becomes a 33.
Wow.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
you would have. The only way you would have failed is if you rolled a -9.
So I get back to the ship, and I drape my wings down right on top of the book, notice it, and just kind of deftly palm it, slide it into a side pocket, and get back up with a bit of a flourish, and then tuck my wings back into my against my shoulder blades and start putting my shirt back on with an impish grin.
I thought you were gonna do it like gargoyle style, you know, when they wrap their wings, it's like a little cloak.
Oh my God, no. I like that though. That's fun.
I don't know. I'm just, well, I guess as long as I'm within 1,000 feet, it won't matter. So either way, whatever is safest. And did they tell you how many birds there are?
No, they didn't say how many. It was a relatively new development, but enough for him not to be able to start tracking patterns and things. So there's a lot, but I think now we know what to be aware of, and I think if we're hiding out in the fog bank, which gets us closer to the ground, as long as we don't linger there too long, I think we'll be okay.
The birds aren't birds.
Right. They're
The birds
kind
are
of
snow.
yeah, they're a kind of construct thing.
All right, so
How did snow cast fire?
question.
Birds aren't real.
Birds aren't real.
The birds work for the bourgeoisie.
This bird wasn't real.
Literally.
Birds are just not real, Barca. Don't you know that?
Yeah, Daystrider, we can go down. Just keep us covered in the in the cloud cover. We're going to try to find our target. Ben, can I roll Arcana to see if I know what that spell was? I'm actually proficient in Arcana, if that helps you at all.
I will.
If it's not, it's fine.
Roll history.
Okay.
Are you proficient with history as well?
No.
I will let you roll history with proficiency since you are dealing with a magic history.
10.
And that includes your proficiency?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you don't remember coming across a spell like this before.
Okay.
Kai, now that you guys are lower to the ground within the fog, are you going to attempt again?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll me a wisdom check, please.
10.
Okay, and who wants to roll the D100 this time?
I'll do it this time. 82, which is suspiciously similar to what he rolled.
I was going to say, 80 is interesting.
We in the
You
80s
hit
today.
another snowbird. It's your fault.
Are you guys pulling a lookout, I suppose?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think if we're putting ourselves into a more compromised position and our two spellcasters are like concentrating, then I think, I don't know, Barca would be looking out. And...
So the fog it's heavy obstruction, so it's not something that you can see through. So this would be all ears.
Can I do like a sense essence radar? I know that if it's another one of these constructs, it won't work, but if it's a real Aarakocra, then it would.
Right, you can.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah.
And
then Mazie.
Yeah, I would kind of ask
Do you
Mazie
want me to scream?
Is it like a thing that everyone can hear, or?
No, I've done it before.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, not the scream that hurt Lekyre. The other scream, different scream.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, do that one. I still scoot over and plug one ear.
Yep, me too. I scoot over by Barca and plug both ears.
Mazie crawls up to like the top of Kit and just kind of like goes to the nose essentially. Closes her eyes. I've never done this in the cloud before. Closes her eyes and uses echolocation.
Can you read echolocation to me, please?
It is a 60-foot radius. I'm going to pull it up right now while I remember.
That's what the scream sounds like.
It was just like smallest little boys.
As a bonus action, you close your eyes and emit a high-pitched sound to locate creatures and objects in a radius of 60 feet centered on you. Until the start of your next turn, you have blind sight within the affected area. Any non-magic traps, invisible creatures / objects, and hidden doors become known to you as long as they exist on the same physical plane. Blind sight cannot pass through walls or solid objects with a thickness of 1 foot or more, but may pass around freestanding objects. Is there another plane?
There is not another plane.
Thank God.
There's only one plane up here. Us.
Good.
The two of you within, I believe, Mazie, you would know immediately. None of the vibrations are coming back. There's nothing solid that you can find inside the clouds. Barca, for, was it a minute?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for a minute, you guys you don't sense anything. What I will say, since this is going to be about an hour of fly time, Mazie, if you wanted to roll a perception at advantage,
I will.
and that will stand for the hour.
I should
Roleplay
roll for my
dice?
cloak.
Come here. Ooh. Once
How many
more.
hours?
Okay, so that is going to be a 17 plus 8, which is 25.
25.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Cool.
I've got my cloak up for 7 hours. So down
Thanks.
to 6.
Okay. So after probably like 30, 45 minutes of flying through the fog, Kai, you haven't fully established a connection yet. You're still trying, but it's definitely like when you do get glimpses of Bob, it's definitely clearer. Mazie, you hear flapping above you guys.
Flapping or clapping?
Flapping.
Okay. I'm like, why is there applause on top of us? Just like points up. Very silently, still listening. Oh no, it's a bigger bird.
What does it sound, Mazie?
Yeah. I'll go over to Daystrider and tell him, say, hey, can you kind of take some evasive maneuvers, maybe move us to one side like 100 feet and drop 20, 30 feet?
He goes, or are we trying to not be seen by something?
Yeah, so Mazie's picking up something above us, flapping. Could be nothing, could be something. Do they know we're here? I don't know, because we're still in the cloud cover, right? So let's see if it follows us, and then we'll adjust from there.
I can't wait for it to be just like a giant seagull. Like,
I scratch at my right wrist nervously.
Okay, yeah, so Daystrider veers off left, drops down a bit.
I look at Mazie.
The flapping is still above you, but it hasn't necessarily gotten closer. It's just maintaining.
Go in the same direction.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
In this
So-
quiet, tense moment, I'm gonna step behind Kai and poke them in the rib and then cover their mouth.
so mean.
And then I
Give
drag
me
him off
a,
the edge of Kid.
Give me a Constitution save to see if you can concentrate on.
Oh my god.
Oh no, I
11 or
forgot you were
more.
doing important stuff.
That's a 25.
Okay, you're good.
This
I
important
thought-
stuff almost interrupted by.
I thought for sure you were going to gooch him.
Gooch him?
Yeah, just little butt squeeze.
No.
I think
I don't
for
think we're on that
just-
level.
Is that not a term everywhere else? Never mind. Move on.
I got you. I think for just like a brief instant out of sheer terror and panic, Kai's disguise drops completely and you see Kai's natural form, and then whoop, it goes right back to Kai.
I die in a quiet fit of laughter. Just
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, as
You're not
I
supposed to-
looked over and was like, nope. And then she's
Yeah, I took over to the Lekyre, just thunk him in the ear and be like,
So who's going upstairs?
give him the woo.
Lekyre, do you want to go upstairs? You can go upstairs.
Yeah, I'll go upstairs.
Go upstairs.
Paige is still pointing
Before
out there's two
that,
clapping.
before you guys make that decision, Daystrider does look at you, Barca, and go, "Oh, I got some more stuff if you really want me to lose them." and just like childlike glee.
We want to know what it is first.
Do we? I'm gonna look at you, Joe. Like, are you guys done? Do you know where to go?
What? I don't. I look to Kai. Like,
I mean, I think we're getting closer.
oh my god.
Not a sign.
Fine. Do whatever you're gonna do.
Everybody, hold
Gets
on.
off the roof. Mazie gets off the roof of Kit and gets inside.
Yeah, go. Everybody, hold on. I just look over my shoulder. Punch it.
So at the sound of everybody hold on, the rest of you now hear flapping as it decisively thinks, oh, there are for sure people in this cloud. And a few things happen. One, Kit turns invisible.
Nice.
The umbral cloak activates. Kit turns invisible.
Sweet.
The second thing that happens, if you guys, you know what, we'll make the last thing that happens invisibility so you can see the rest of it.
Okay, cool. I love that for us.
You guys watch all these flaps on the wings open up ever so slightly. And upon pressing a button, there's a powerful blast of air that shoots out from every direction, and the fog that is near you guys fully, like in a 30-foot sphere around you, fully clears, which does mean you see now the Aarakocra that was dive bombing you, but he gets caught in this and thrown backwards in the direction he was coming in.
Nice.
The two turbine engines kick on. Kit turns invisible, and you guys move 320 feet in the next 6 seconds. And Daystrider is just laughing maniacally the entire time.
Oh, we love him.
Best hire we ever had.
The rest of the hour does go by without any other incidents.
What it feels like to be Mazie.
Oh my god, you're right.
Kai?
You guys aren't used to this speed?
Yeah, we're all like this, and Mazie's just like freestanding, just on her feet, just like leaning the right direction.
Mazie's still finger knitting.
This is terrifying.
You know how the bird, like when you bob a bird, like when you're holding it, their head just stays in place. Like that's just Mazie. Like
just lightly leans back. That's all.
Kai, you once again were unable to fully make a connection with Bob. Things had come in more clear than they did when you were above the fog, but still too much distance potentially being the biggest factor there. I'd say at this point, you guys are probably... You're still about a little over 1,000 feet away from the docks.
That's fine. I have the spell.
The Gulf is a massive. It's a very large area. So you are going to be making it to the docks within the next hour.
Okay. At this point, Jovanna's looking around like, did anyone see where my book went?
Am I nearby?
I mean, we're all kind of in the same space.
Okay. This book?
Diary?
What is this? What is
You
this
mean
exactly?
This Keiki?
No.
Lekyre, I'll show you. But you have to hand it to me.
I don't believe you.
Is it your diary?
It's not a
I haven't
diary.
read it. I'm not that
It'd
kind
be
of
messed
person.
up if you did.
Go ahead and open it.
I lean back.
I didn't.
I lean back up.
Lekyre does the wait.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Lekyre, you must be slipping. It's one of the most obvious traps I've ever seen.
This took a turn I didn't expect. Because I don't think she could actually get it back from me. But I didn't expect this angle.
You really think that a divinely empowered warrior of her caliber doesn't magically protect it? You know explosive runes is a spell, right?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead. I kind of want you to mess around and find out.
I kind of do too, honestly.
Just
hey.
Find round, fuck out.
Hey.
Wait, what?
So close. Lekyre, we're in a small space.
Go ahead.
Just give her it back, man.
You took the fun out of this, Jovanna. And I'll toss it back to her.
Don't open it.
Yeah. And that's how you get a rogue to give something back.
Yeah. She opens it and opens it to the first page and then goes like this and flips through it. And you see hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of names. And then she stops at the last page, which has all of your names on it. But only a few of you have anything written next to them, being Lekyre, Kai, and Mazie.
This must be a list of all of her friends.
No, that tracks, actually.
This, Lekyre, is a lists multiple of people I've healed.
She does keep receipts.
Look at Lekyre. They are receipts.
You stated what it is, but that doesn't really answer my question, does it?
You want to know the why?
Yeah.
She'll flip back to the first page. There are two names on the first page. Serena's and someone's name who has been taken and sharpied out as many possibly times as you possibly can with multiple different pens. Because one of these people didn't deserve it. And so now I keep receipts in case anybody who doesn't deserve it ever comes back.
Okay.
The other part of this is that name is who I'm hunting. She'll close it. Because he's a wizard. And he's still alive.
Then, if this is true, when I asked you if there was anyone I could ask about, why didn't you take me up on it?
Lekyre, do you know what it's like to bury someone? But not in the earth, but so deep in your memories that they may as well be dead to you.
No way.
That is this person to me. And so when I have to inevitably end them the way that they tried to do to me, it needs to be me. Because I killed both people on our side and the wizard side trying to protect him. And he stabbed me in the back anyways.
He's still alive?
As far as I know.
We will help you fix that.
But she doesn't want help.
I want your help in getting me there.
She wants to kill, and she has that right.
This is true.
But we can point him out. Do you want to draw him? You want to show us what he looks like? I hand the paper.
I don't have to draw him and she'll minor illusion him.
Oh.
And it is a blonde-haired male wearing wizard robes. He looks very young in this imagery that she's reflecting of him. I don't know what he looks like anymore, but this is what he looks like now. Or used to, as far
I
as
will
I knew.
commit this face to memory.
Would I recognize him?
I as well.
He's a very punchable face.
Thank you for the raid.
You wouldn't recognize him in any sort of important capacity. He was just a wizard studying at the Hightower while you were a city guardsman. You both fought in the rebellion on the same side. But
okay, so I've seen him more recently than her. Or is that not what you're saying?
I have not seen him since then, so...
Yeah, no. I mean, you haven't spent any time in the Hightower since then.
Okay.
And he wouldn't have been outside of the Hightower.
So when I was explaining to you, Barca, why I was ignoring particular messages from a particular deity, it is because I gave my absolute everything for this individual. And it was too much. And I paid for it. And she'll kind of pull aside her shirt that she's wearing, and there's just a deep indent of scar across. And then she'll pick up her own longsword from her, pull it from the hilt. And I was stabbed on the battlefield and left there to die with this in my shoulder.
Mazie looks at your scar sad, and then it just slowly turns to angry.
So when I, and she hilts it, tell you that rage has been my motivator. Now, this little black book doesn't really need any more updates on it, as Ilmater doesn't seem to like that method. So, there's no magical runes on it to blow up Lekyre if you choose to go through the names on it.
I don't think I have a need to.
Good read, if you ever change your mind.
Joe, we'll clear the path. You balance the ledger.
Kick his name and take his ass.
And don't bring any bubblegum.
There will be no bubblegum.
My connections are open if you ever choose to take that path.
I can't say it'll be pretty.
So at this point, you would be about 1,000 feet from the shipyard. Coming down near it, but off to the side, Daystrider decides to set down on land, but just kind of as kind of in a secluded area as he could, find a little park within the city, set down within some trees. So you guys, if you so choose to hop out and approach the shipyard at this point, Joe, you can use your locate creature now if you'd like.
I do so.
And so this is going to tell you if there are any Leonin within 1,000 feet.
Because I don't know him, I'm not super familiar with him. I just have to go by a specific creature. So I have to describe a Leonin is what I'm looking for. Yeah.
So there are no Leonin. Leonin? Mm-hmm. There are no lions within 1,000 feet of you.
Lion folk.
Simba's pride has moved on.
Hi.
Yeah.
Did Bob happen to tell you that they were around here? Yeah, that's kind of the area.
Well, like, it was super fuzzy. I didn't really get very much, but like, as we were moving in this direction, the picture got clearer and clearer.
What they look like when you were talking to them, do you know, or like, can you see, or anything like that?
Yep.
No, so it wouldn't have been anything more than just like almost like a deja vu feeling.
That makes sense.
Like when he did a glimpse of like half a word, it would just be kind of like, oh yeah, that's the voice I'm looking for, without knowing how or why to explain it.
Voices
Mazie?
you're looking for.
Does your friend often turn into other things?
Yeah, I guess he does.
Wonderful. I love that for us. I can't find him, so he must be something else other than a Leon at the moment.
There was a rat I didn't want to eat at one point. That was probably him.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way and just walk then, because I can't find him.
So, Ben, this is Capital City. This is where Joe and I started off.
You guys can see the Hightower from here. Like, you can walk to the dock in like 5 minutes. The Hightower rests on the edge of the Gulf. So, like, from where you are right now, the dock, the Hightower, the naval shipyard, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to get closer. We know the dock's where we need to go.
I will.
Okay.
I will take off my horns and use a disguise kit to look like a homeless guy, a homeless human. Big messy hair, raggedy clothes.
Well, he's disguising himself. Can I try and steal one of his horns?
You can roll a sleight of hand against
I just want to see if I can.
his perception.
My passive, yeah.
Well, you're actively holding the horn.
Okay.
This dice is the roleplay dice. Natural 20.
Oh, hell yes.
Perception.
I don't think it's going to beat his perception, but...
Dirty 20.
So it's a natural 20 plus 3.
Damn it.
Hell yeah. Steal that horn.
Just be like, oh my god, what is that?
Just slip it out of his hand.
I'm too busy. Excited about being a homeless guy.
Who are you going to look like this time?
Are you just holding it?
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking like a
when you see it in Mazie's hand, she has this wrapped around it, which is just a knitted thing with finger bones on it.
Mazie.
Yes.
What do you have, a gold one or do you have an ivory one?
She would go for the gold.
For the gold? Okay.
Yeah.
Please don't eat that.
I'm not going to eat it. It's important to you.
It is.
I added decoration.
Oh. Okay.
It's supposed to be a friendship bracelet, but it's too big. So maybe it's more of a friendship headband or something. I'm not very good at this.
It's like a ribbon.
Yeah, with bones.
Yeah, I like that.
You traded your bones for this.
I did.
I give him the horn back with a new bone bracelet.
Thank you, Mazie. And well done. My goodness. You're getting very good at that.
You got to remember, you you point one where and the hand do the other thing. I'm surprised you didn't feel anything. Like, I thought my wing was going to touch you for sure.
I'm so proud.
Yeah.
Well done. I actually like geek out a little bit with Mazie.
Are any of the rest of you going to be doing anything as far as like disguise or whatever before you make your way to the shipyard, or do you not head to the shipyard at all? Do you stay on the ship?
Yeah, Kai is just gonna walk up next to Lekyre, kind of look him up and down, and then I'm gonna shapeshift into a Lionel dock worker with my ability and my cloak. Hey,
man, you're very good at that.
Well, like it's kind of a natural gift.
You gotta fear the prodigies.
I mean, like, if I can be honest with you, you're pretty good at this for someone who's not a shapeshifter.
Well, I appreciate that.
I mean, like, you almost could have phoned me. And I am a shapeshifter.
Honestly,
Joe,
the nicest
Barca?
thing anyone's ever said to me.
I'm just watching this happen, like.
Yeah, I'll just do cloak up as far as disguise goes.
I'm
actually
gonna go
Oh, go ahead, sir.
and cast invisibility on myself.
Mazie.
Got it.
She'll just be standing next to Barca really quietly as he's like just as they get close, but she just goes, boop, boop.
Show off.
I mean, like,
You just get a little
if you
poke
all
on your
want
nose.
disguises, I can give us some disguises for a while.
I just want to
I can-
go ahead a little bit. That way I can think. And you won't see her leave, but she'll leave. She'll just suddenly go drift quietly.
Lekyre, did you leave Barca's shirt just on the floor after you took it off?
No, I
Put it
put my
back
shirt
on.
back on.
Okay.
I'm still calling it Barca's shirt. Like
I have not corrected him because I told him that's his now. I would like to ask Lekyre if he has any contacts here who might be able to help us hone down the search.
I reckon.
Yeah, if you wanted to, like, if there's somebody you could slip some, bees and honey to or something and figure it out.
Yeah.
You might know somebody on one of the ships,
Okay.
but you wouldn't know until you got there to see.
Yeah. Then is Kit still invisible?
Sure.
No,
He definitely went invisible to set down.
yeah.
But
No,
I think now
I love that idea.
Yeah, now that you guys are just kind of hovering in like a thickly wooded park, it's not.
Oh, okay. I was imagining like clear grassy knoll, and it's just we just walk out of an invisible ship. I was like, awesome.
Wherever the rattling clank can be found, there we shall be.
Yeah, I think we're gonna all head to the docks.
Okay. So as you guys make your way to the docks, you see the reception office and the docks of the shipyard empty, but clean and decorated with flowers, signage, and anything that might make a visitor not at all question, for the time being at least, why there was a massive ominous tower disrupting the otherwise city-like cityscape. Across the gulf from the docks, you see the Royal Fleet Shipyard, which is a building and docks that appear to look like they house an imposing naval fleet, just as much as they were built to actually house an imposing naval fleet. Saying the military wouldn't understand creativity is, if it bit it on the nose, would be a lot like saying Lekyre wouldn't understand friendship if several creatures spent the last 7 weeks risking their lives with him for a singular cause.
Yeah.
Wouldn't know happiness if you walk into an oasis.
building these two shipyards across from each other has the same sort of effect, same sort of like confusing juxtaposition as if you made the high school theater kids rehearse on an outdoor stage across from the football field.
Got it.
There is, you guys would know, the main use of this shipyard is for ferrying passengers. There's a lot of come and go tourism. This is how actually Mazie got here the first time, is through the ferries in the shipyard. There is one building kind of at the head of the docks with a so-called customer service window that is where any incoming passengers, that's basically customs. Your information desk, your customs office there. There are no ships in any of the docks currently, but the window, there is somebody in the window.
Mazie, do you know the name of the ship that brought you in?
Ship have name?
Typically.
We were inside.
Yeah. They don't answer when you call them, but I mean, okay.
Oh my gosh, if a ship could fetch.
I kind of whisper, I think Kit can technically, but like we can do that later.
Kit doesn't count. That is an ooze.
That is
well-trained ooze.
Don't tell Kit that. He has feelings.
Does it?
Presumably.
Should we have been asking to board this whole time? We just been climbing all over them without even taking them.
Oh, that's very disrespectful. Yeah.
We're very disrespectful people.
Poor Kit.
Oh, now I feel really bad for Kit.
We should give it good belly rubs later.
You guys
That's a
sound
good idea.
funny. I want to sound funny.
I'm gonna turn to Lekyre. Like, you take the lead. Like, we're looking for someone. We don't want to raise suspicion. This feels like your thing, man.
I reckon.
So we send the homeless guy to customer service.
Okay. I'll fancy it up a little bit. Just look like a commoner. Maybe not of well means, but I'm sorry. Are we just kind of perusing the docks still, or was there? Did you say that there was a kiosk or something like that we were?
Yeah, so
there's a kiosk.
It's like a customer service type window. You can get your information if you have information.
I'll hobble away and come back as, hello, yes. How are you this fine evening?
So as you walk up to the window, I'll tell you what you see first.
Okay, yeah, I walk up to the window.
And you are greeted with a sight of a Goliath. He's leaning back in his chair, reading a copy of this morning's Daily Scroll. He's wearing the regular shipyard intake uniform, but the sleeves are cut off out of necessity. Whether that necessity was due to the size of his arms or the size of his ego, nobody can know for sure.
Same size.
He is also wearing a name tag on his uniform that says Donna. With your passive perception being as high as it is, you will also notice that he's currently reading the scores from yesterday's Skull and Bones match between the Average Joes and the Global Gym Vipers. And he has a shoulder tattoo of the Average Joe's logo. There's also a neat pile of scroll pages on one side. They're the Chuckle art strips. And then the other side is just crumpled every other piece of scroll from the Daily Scroll.
Good day, friend. Who won?
Global Gym Vipers.
No, I lost.
Are you a fan?
When I can find the time. I did lose some money. Unfortunately, yes.
Tell me about it.
I wish I could find the time.
You know, half the reason I stay at this job is so I have the time.
I feel that. I'm looking for a friend. I say friend. I'm helping my sister out. There's a certain Leonin that I didn't listen to the full story, if I'm being honest, but she seemed rather distraught. And I was told that the said Leonin might be found around here by the name of Bob. I was hoping maybe I could make it worth your while. And I put 2 gold on the counter.
That's enough to make him put the scroll down and
keep my fingers on him.
Lean forward.
2 gold on the counter. I've got to get it off my back.
Right now, I can tell you there's no ships here. All the fishing vessels leave before sunrise, and all the ferries leave shortly after sunrise. Any incoming vessels tend to get here between like mid-afternoon, early evening time.
Okay.
Bob, I don't know anybody by the name of Bob.
You haven't seen a lion?
Like maybe a
individual moving around?
There's a few. There's a few Leonin on these ships. Does your Bob friend maybe go by a different name at work?
Wouldn't know.
I was scared about.
Perhaps somewhere I could start. Where your troubles?
Make a perception check for me, Lekyre.
Okay. 15. I'm sorry, 13.
What is your perception?
+1.
I wonder it was easy to steal.
Great thing to have for a rogue, I suppose.
It's my insight, that's a 6. My persuasion's 14.
Okay, so yeah, with that 13, you can't see anything else around that might be of use. So what was the last thing you said to him?
Is there anyone you might know that any way I could start? Anyone that might know better, perhaps?
I mean, ain't nobody around here knows this place better than I do.
Then help me out, friend. And I put a 3rd gold coin on the table.
Listen, I'd love to help you out. Really, I would, but I know just about every name of the personnel that go in and out of this place, and I ain't heard of no Bob.
No, look around like super conspiratorially, like, and kind of lean in a little bit. From what I understand, according to my sister, our good Leonin friend Bob sometimes shapeshifts into other animal-like creatures.
Bob the Leonin that turns into animals. I think I remember seeing a Leonin that could turn into animals. His name wasn't no Bob, though.
What was his name, friend?
Roll a persuasion check. Do so at advantage with those 3 gold coins there.
The +14. He's a con man first. Oh, that was almost a 20. The other one was a 19, though, which comes out to 33, I believe.
Okay, 33, yeah. So, Donna. All right.
My sister.
You ain't ain't hear this from me, but I caught word. I got a friend who he's going out with a girl right now. Her best friend's dating a guy whose cousin's brother is dating a girl who said he saw a beast shape-shifting Leonin with a pirate crew. Now, you didn't hear from me, but been here a long time. I remember seeing that guy around. And one day, wasn't here no more.
Really? Any dives I might be able to go ask around in that are known for a few pirates on the down low, or perhaps any information as to which pirate ship or which crew?
Unfortunately, I ain't got no info about all that, but... And he turns around and he looks, there's a cabinet behind him. I keep pretty meticulous records of all the personnel that work on these docks. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that place across the way there, and he nods at the naval base. That place probably got a lot of information about personnel not so welcome on the docks. But didn't hear that from me.
Of course not. I never heard anything at all. And I'll slide those 3 gold, and I'll give him a wink, and I'll be on my merry way.
He's going for a bit.
Hydrate and posture check.
I return to my merry crew. Note that Jovanna's still gone and went invisible, and kind of looking around to be like, is she looming over me right now? Kind of a face. And then I will recount the information to its fullest extent.
Oh yeah, his name isn't Bob.
Did you just... his name is... Amazing.
I called him Bob.
Do you happen to have his real name in the pocket?
It was really long, I don't remember it. That's why I called him Bob. It was Baba de Darvison or something.
Baba de Darvison.
Something like that. Well, Baba de Gaba.
So we're looking for a scatting Leonin. Okay. All right. So this place that has all the records and things, is that a place we can access, or we're going to have to
Well, it's the Navy.
Access.
It's
yeah.
federal. Well, I could pull the old nobleman bit.
I just boop.
I was gonna say, this is
Wait, who?
this.
Boop. I just boop Barca.
Yeah, and Joe's here, by the way.
Okay.
Just invisible.
I know.
Hi, fancy a con.
I was making
Oh
a
yeah,
point.
this is perfect. This is exactly what you and I do, right?
What
I
were you
was
saying?
making a point that if these two get stuck, I am invisible.
Yeah. Yeah, she's also invisible. Ben, does my job give me access?
Oops.
It wouldn't necessarily give you access per se, but there is a certain level of camaraderie and brothership that is to be had amongst the branches.
It's like firefighters and police kind of thing.
Yeah, you insult each other, but you'll buy each other a beer at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And pizza delivery drivers, don't forget them. I have a whole bunch of things later to tell you guys about. Pizza delivery drivers get away with speeding.
Yeah, I did a lot.
The pizza's got to get where it's going.
Gotta get
It's
where
very
it's
30
going.
minutes or less.
The firemen are hungry.
Yeah, they're gonna miss their calendar shoot. All right.
Yes.
Yeah. So I could also just go in and ask
Yes,
more or
but-
less legitimately.
But your house blew up.
Do you need this?
What?
He's holding his badge.
Maybe just hold on to that for a little bit. Maybe.
I mean, doctor it
Yeah.
for someone else.
I clean it off.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point because, Lekyre, you told me that some people did get away from that event, right?
Yes, involving with the wizards. How about this? Pompous noble points at Kai. Cop,
Is that a name or a description?
bitch. And cop who is
First aid pompous.
currently being beleaguered by the nobility. They'll want to help them out, or switch them down, Kai, if you would like me to be the underdog. But you know, like the pompous noble drags him into the room, and clearly is upset with him and needs answers, and they're all too happy to help the cop get out of a tough situation by the aristocracy and the gentry.
Or
Whatever that meant.
Or
You-
you just walk in.
you could just walk in with my badge and play my role.
Okay, so how do the badges work? Are they like numbered and clearly would be Barca's badge, or is it just a symbol?
That's a good question.
Kind of bit it a bit.
It would likely have a number on it. An
Yeah, but-
identification number of some sort.
Yeah, but no one's gonna be running that. Like,
I kind
Not
of
quickly.
bit the number.
Oh, well, that's actually for the better. Bite
The
it a little
only
more
real
on this, so
stretch-
that the 3 could be an 8, could be a 3, kind of a 4, kind of a
The
thing
only,
going on.
the only thing is, if Barca has
Oh God,
already shush. The only,
I
this,
told
is
you
how,
she
the
was
whole
here.
time.
this is how I feel every time you sneak up from the shadows. The only thing is, if they've already alerted that Barca was missing and or sick, so that might look a little suspicious if you show up with Barca's badge, and not in the good
right,
way.
but they're not gonna know it's my badge like right away. Like,
that's
I mean,
true.
yeah, I'll stop to
Did-
check it, but like, just saying.
yeah, we can do the nobleman thing. You could be a city guard. I could try to do it. Say that I've been deep undercover with the pirates and need more information.
Barca,
Joe could go in and just take it. What?
I mean this with all the love in the world.
Yeah.
You're a terrible liar. Hi,
Sure.
What are your?
I think you're incorrect that Barca's not a terrible liar, but that's neither here nor there in a conversation we can have later.
Mazie's mimicking Lekyre.
So what I will say, further information on this potentially, Barca would have knowledge of the type of uniform and the rank structure of the Royal Fleet. If you are going for an officer type thing, Barca would know what rank symbol that would be and also what the uniform would look like for that.
Mhm.
Maybe we start there, and then if it goes sideways, I sneak in.
Like that idea.
Would the
Alright.
build thing go sideways?
Not physically, just like in a metaphorically type of way. Like when things go crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like that type of way. Yeah.
Go crazy, go stupid.
Yeah, that. Yeah, exactly. Good job, Mazie.
Yeah.
So, walking in then?
Yeah.
With who officially?
I feel like Lekyre and Kai take point, but maybe have me be there in an unofficial capacity, maybe as a steward or a servant or something, just to have informational backup.
Okay.
So I'm gonna meta this just a little bit
Please.
because I think I'm the only person with military experience here.
Correct.
An officer why did I just forget the word? Not navigating, but bringing around with.
Circumnavigating? Oh, no, that's wrong.
Escorting?
Escorting. Thank you.
Escorting, yeah, attaché.
An officer escorting some other type of potentially like a politician or something like that would be a fairly normal thing on a base, especially if it's someone who's donating to the base. And having a lower ranking enlisted soldier there to drive the vehicle and or pull security would be a pretty common, normal thing.
Yeah, I think you guys can manage.
So we go in, scream, "Oh, pirates have done me wrong," and
Or just say that you're donating a large amount of money to the facility.
therefore they should give me the name of the pirates and all that.
You have something you want to settle, but not them.
Maybe you're
Revenge.
part of a commission, a governmental commission looking into piracy and municipal ways to reduce it at the ground level, right? Piracy starts with poverty. What can we do in the city to help change that so people aren't as easily recruited, that kind of thing? And so we're looking for some more information that was given to us by people who we're working with about a particular pirate group, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Don't
Let's
get
go.
Bob in trouble.
Oh. Right.
I like Bob.
This is tricky. I like it.
Also, we don't know which pirates, do we?
No.
Saying it, we just know he's with pirates.
Indeed.
Yep.
So we kind of have to name drop him.
Like,
We
Did
can't
he-
tell what name.
trying to get all the pirate names?
Mazie,
No.
do you know any of the other pirates he was with?
I was gonna say, Ben, is there like any color or like indicator that he wore all the time? That was
Well,
like
he-
uniform.
He wasn't a pirate when you met
Oh
him. Mazie.
yeah.
He was working on the ferry ships.
Yeah.
He was part of the crew that ferried Mazie over from her homeland.
Are there
Right.
any ships in dock right now?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
I was just making sure.
Well, also too, like, they would probably have a good idea, like where pirates tend to congregate or the area where they believe their base to be, kind of thing, right?
Why don't we just pretend to be pirates?
Do you want to get arrested?
Find other
May-
pirates.
May I suggest
Please.
the three of you, Lekyre, Barca, and Kai, just walk up with your original plan, see what you see, and then adjust based off of that.
We usually
You're-
don't think this.
I
much.
feel like this is the analysis paralysis.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But
This
once
is-
you see what is actually there,
Okay.
a lot of that analysis will no longer be necessary.
Paralysis.
Well,
Sure.
I can take in Mazie. Mazie, are you good being invisible with me?
What? We're both going to be invisible?
Yes, if you'd like to be.
Okay.
Sorry,
Cast
lightning
invisibility
round.
on you too.
Original plan being because we came up with a bunch of them and they're all muddled in my head.
Yeah. Shame on you for
Nobleman.
expecting us to remember what our plan was.
So, Lekyre being a nobleman, Kai being an officer in the Navy, Barca being the lower enlisted that is
Steward.
there as driver / security.
City escort, yeah. I like that.
Yes.
Well,
Well-
Mazie's invisible with me, so you three do your thing.
I'm gonna give Barca a fake nose, and change the hair up a bit. And,
No,
and
no,
just
no, no,
kinda-
that one matches the poster too much. Change the nose. Change
Oh,
the
you're
nose.
right. You're right.
They always get the nose wrong on the posters.
Just a little disguise kidding, just in case anyone in there
I'm
knows
gonna-
his face exactly. Oh, go ahead.
Tap Lekyre on the shoulder as he's in the middle of this
Yeah.
and go, I mean, like, okay, first off, like, great job with Barca. He looks nothing like himself.
Thank you.
Secondly, I'm gonna cast seeming on the three of us.
Ooh.
and make us all appear, make me as closely as Barca described the naval officer with the emblem or badge, Barca in the like lower ranking officer form, and then Lekyre just like
resplendent
dressed to the nines. Yeah.
Excellent.
Make him a bougie bitch.
Oh.
Okay.
Also from the chat, or the organization should be called Pennies for Pirates, helping us break the cycle of poverty and desperation.
Would you like to round up to donate to Pennies for Pirates today?
Yes, I would.
Pennies for pirates.
Here's all my copper pieces.
Thank you.
As you guys walk down the dock to the main building there, there are a couple grunts that were walking down, and they very quickly, like as they were passing Kai, good afternoon, sir. Afternoon, sir, and just kept walking.
Afternoon.
And you guys get up to the building, and very much in the same vein of how it looked at the customer service desk for the intake dock, there is the main window right up front next to a door. It's a big old window. And there's Goliath leaning back in the chair in full uniform, other than the fact that the arms, that the sleeves have been ripped off. There is a name tag on that says Rhonda. There are some pieces of the Daily Scroll that have been shoved inside the thigh pocket. You guys can make out a Globo Gym Vipers tattoo on the shoulder. And currently reading some of the Chuckle art strips. Behind him are cabinets, just a big old filing cabinet system.
All right. I'll walk in. Oh, goodness.
What? Oh, hello.
Yes.
He sees you and stands up straight as fast as he can, which just knocks over the chair that he is. Good afternoon, sir. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, sir.
There's a moment where Kai looks to Barca and then just, oh, that's right. Get attention.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm at attention, sir.
Where do you keep your pirate files?
And be quick about it.
Yes, sir. They're in the pirate file cabinet, sir.
Well, get it for me, cadet.
Sir,
Onward.
Do I see his rank?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it?
It's specialist.
Specialist? I'll just kind of wizard. Specialist.
Specialist?
Yeah, right. Yes, sir.
Or are you going to talk back to Admiral Kaiser?
Roll a deception check for me. You can do so at advantage, as these knuckleheads are.
I rolled a 4 on both dice. That's a 14.
Okay. So Rhonda kind of takes the 1/2 step back out of attention, turns around, looks at the filing cabinets, goes up to one, and just kind of slowly opens it and goes, I don't know, sir. I can't seem to find any pirate files in here, Admiral.
Is he mocking us?
I believe this specialist is trying to pull a fast one on us.
Oh, me, sir? No one's ever claimed me to be a fast one.
I'll kind of step and say, sir, gentlemen, just give me 1 second. Let me see if I can help out.
Be quick about it. It's your neck on the line.
Am I able to kind of like walk over where he is?
No, you can walk up to the window, but like he's inside of the room.
Okay, is he like
you have to like
far back, or is he close where I could kind of
no.
Okay,
yeah, you could talk to him.
It's like, hey buddy, listen, I'm real sorry about this. Just be glad you haven't had to deal with this all day, okay? I really am
I've had
sorry.
my fair share of escort duties before. They can sack.
Yeah, it's creating a vacuum for sure. Listen, I appreciate you helping us out. I don't want to be on this duty any longer than I have to, and I'm sure you don't want us in here any longer than you have to, but we're all just doing a job. I really appreciate you helping us.
Who's the other guy?
Not so wealthy.
The fancy lad?
Oh, fancy is subjective, but sure.
Yeah, something with like the city council, some kind of like poverty initiative, like pennies for pirates or something. He's on a commission. Ugh. Yeah, he's on a commission, and it's like, it's a new post. Do you see what I'm saying? Like suddenly thrust upon the stage.
Now, what is it about all these fancy politicians that think we need new initiative? All of our initiatives are fine.
Yeah, like I mean, collectively, different branches were doing pretty good, but they have to be seen to be doing something, right?
Well, yeah, I mean,
now
we're no Air Force for sure. We know what we're doing.
Yeah. Like when we secure a building, we know how to secure a building, not just lease it for 2 years.
Talk about renting out a hotel, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure.
Roll a persuasion check for me.
Yeah, sure. Oh, that's a 17 plus -1, 16. Told you, 8 charisma. 16.
All right, listen, we got a lot of pirate files, all right?
Yeah. Well,
are you looking for a specific pirate or time frame?
Yeah, this is going to be really recent. The last month or two. Is that accurate, Ben?
You guys wouldn't know.
Well, when did we meet Mazie? Within the last month?
Well, she was brought here 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah.
So, I mean, okay, then it's in the last 10 years, so there might be multiple instances, but they've got it up their butt that there's this particular Leonin, a shapeshifter, who's working with one of the pirate crews that might be some kind of like linchpin if they can kind of like capture or convince him that it'll go a long way for their initiative. So it can't be that many Leonins that are like shapeshifters, like into other animals and stuff. That's who they're looking for.
Shapeshifter Leonin, huh?
Right. It sounds like the start of a bad joke, right?
Listen, next time you gotta do a patrol like this, he pulls out a file and slams the cabinet shut. He goes, make sure that dumb people with all the money know what they're fucking looking for. He turns around and slides a file to you, and at the top of the file it reads, Willionaire Dresver.
William. Okay, got it. I go, if I had that kind of power, I'd be running the place. Thanks.
You tell me.
Thanks.
Are you quite done?
Gentlemen, sir, I believe we have reservations. I'd be happy to escort you. I think the specialist here got us what we needed, and just as you suspected, this was the right place to go. And hand it to Admiral Kai, and I can show you the fastest, most expedient route to our next stop.
Good work,
Admiral. Before
specialist.
You go, he slides a clipboard to you. He's like, I just need you to sign for the information that you take.
And then real low, I was like, Kaiser has a Z.
Of course. Good to see you're doing things by the book, specialist.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Rhonda.
Donna, sir.
Rhonda.
He looks down and goes, oh.
Hey,
I'll
they're
grab my brother's name
incompetents.
tag again.
Well, Donna, I'm gonna make sure you get recommended for such good
Commendation.
commendated for such good.
Yes, they're doing their
Commendations.
jobs.
Sign it and go. Sign it and go.
I'm gonna I'm gonna start to sign like real fancy with the K and then be like, oh shit, I made up this name. And then just like the rest of it is absolute Dr. Scratch.
Nice.
And then just hand it back and good day.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. It was a pleasure.
And I escort them out.
We're like barely out of sight when I'm just like, that went really well.
Shut the fuck up.
Keep walking. Keep walking. Joe, I hope you're not here and didn't see that.
Second we round a corner, I will oh wait, no. Never mind, I have an illusion on me.
No, the second we round the corner, I will drop seeming so that any description of us like won't track.
I will go back to Ragamuffin Commoner.
And I'll trail them a little bit so that it doesn't look like we're together. So if they're looking for 3 people, it's like 2 and 1. I don't know.
Switch it up, guys. Switch it up.
Is it really far for us to like return to the ship for like a powwow, or is that kind of far and we should kind of find someplace close here?
No. Returning to the ship for the powwow is probably the best bet that you guys have.
Yeah. So we'll start heading back to the ship, and I'll kind of be like, Joe, Mazie?
Need to 1 mecha, 2 mecha, hit
Awesome.
Macarena.
What's up,
Oh,
Offie?
you
Thanks for
can't
the
see
raid,
it.
friend.
Do I hear them talking?
If they're near you, I don't.
Yeah, did you guys
I
stay
did
close?
not keep track of the invisible PCs.
No one did.
Mazie's just like
Mazie, Joe, did you guys stay close? Or
Yeah, we
Yeah.
we stayed close enough. Probably on the outside. We probably didn't go
Yeah.
in extra
Yeah.
footsteps and all. But
Yeah.
like,
I'll just kind of say we're headed back to the ship, and we'll kind of all head back that way.
Okay.
Macarena. Aye.
Inside the file, you find a rough sketch of a Leonin, Williamir Dresvern. It has basic information about him: height, estimated weight. It says part of the Crimson Lords, which is the most well-known pirate group in the general area. It also has a map, a pretty in-depth map of the cave systems that are etched more or less into the base of the aberrant peaks in the Gulf there. There's a few circles in a couple of those cave systems as places, like locations we have found this individual before, but there seems to only be, out of like the sprawling systems and the 7 different like ways to get in, there's only like 3 spots that he would probably be in if he were to be there.
This is disturbingly. This is disturbingly thorough.
Yeah, we're not all idiots.
Yes, you are. But well, there's one. There's one. I'll admit. Well done, by the way, the both of you. Damn it. Well done, the both of you.
Okay, so we kind of like know the cave system 3 ways in the general area where they would likely be.
Yes.
And how far away is this place? I mean, is this a place we could fly to and touch down again?
It's in the water, so touching down would be a little bit bizarre, but the ship does hover, so it's definitely a thing that you could fly to. And then the caves themselves are big enough to house entire pirate ships, so it's definitely something that Kit could get into.
I will make a point to get that information to the hated kin. Whether it's a coded letter, dropped off to the right person, dropped off to the right spot, whatever have you. That the Navy has a full-blown map of the caves and all of that situation.
Okay. Of course they would.
Doing different.
Mazie, did you and Bob, was he your friend last time you saw him?
Yes, he really likes jokes. He's very big and scary looking, but he's really sweet. Kind of like Joe.
You have a type, cool.
Oh no, I have a friend type.
Yeah.
Jovanna doesn't take offense.
Listen, I'm also realizing things about myself too after experiencing Skype once again. So I feel like time's of the essence here. Like we could try to sneak in, or we could just go in and hope that Bob is there and recognizes Mazie and knows that we're not trying to do anything. We're not, so fights don't break out right away.
I'm sure there's a few of them.
I feel like
that speak thieves can't.
True.
I feel like if we go in with that information to try to help them, that goes a long way towards proving our case.
Yeah, we can just bring them the file. Yeah.
I can also just run in and be like, "Hey, Bob!" And then we're all friends and we walk out skipping and holding hands.
Yeah. Those entrances, Ben, are they like, single person entrances or like ship entrances?
The entrances are just the cave.
Okay.
Like that's just, so it's.
Okay, so we could legit fly in there and like hover and drop down, and while they're all, the heck? We're looking for Bob, or actually real name insert here. I mean, now I'm not saying is that smart, I'm saying that's possible, yes?
Yeah. That's definitely a possibility for sure.
That is a thing that you could do, yes. I mean, the only one they might have a problem with is me, but we've got this file, like you said, Kai, so let's go get Bob.
Okay. Do you guys want to take a quick break and then do 30 more minutes finding Bob, or do you want to pick this up in our last episode?
Let's take like a 5-minute break and do 30. I'm cool with that, guys.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Chat, you guys good with that? When? Awesome. There's a delay, so I can't see your responses.
They have a 5-minute delay. We're already
exactly.
By that time.
He'll be back by the time you read this. So cool. Yeah, we're cool with that, Ben.
All right, be
okay.
Well, and we're back.
Hello, welcome back. Last we left off, we got a map, we got some information. We're back on the ship. Safe to say, you guys are headed towards the caves.
Yeah.
Yep.
With the information that you guys got from T about the naval fleets, the royal fleets, shift changes, patrol patterns, etc., you are able to fairly easily avoid detection by any fleet ships that may be in the waters at the time. Upon arriving, though, you do note that in about 2 hours, a ship will be patrolling this area. So you have it nailed down to 3 out of the 7 caves to try. At this point, you definitely would be within 1,000 feet I don't know any specifics as far as like what other information you need for a locate creature to work. But you definitely are within 1,000 feet. Kai, you would be pretty close as well. Barca, from outside the caves, likely more than 60 feet.
Right. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to do anything there. I think if Kai wants to try to connect, that's fine. But that way we can try to figure out which of the three and then go in.
Yeah. I'll try to make a connection again.
You want to roll me a wisdom check for me, sir?
Oh, not good. That's an unnatural 1.
Unnatural one.
I rolled a 2. I have a -1 to wisdom. That's a 1. But not a natural 1.
A natural 1.
You have a dirty 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, well...
Did I try to help him?
I don't exactly know how you would be able to help him.
Well, here's my pitch. I have Sense Essence. We're relatively close. We could try to like link up, and I could try to bolster his thing. Since we're both trying, like I'm trying to physically detect, the pings on the radar, and he's trying to zero in on one. I don't know. Just a thought. And not just I do Sense Essence, and he does that. Like I want to I
like the idea, but yours is searching for life essence, and his is searching for a connection to the weave. What would potentially help him is sensory deprivation.
Okay.
So if somebody in the party knew how to take senses away.
Got it. Mazie, can I borrow your headphones?
Okay.
The ones you've worn before to keep your things from being too loud?
Okay, I was literally about to take off my own headphones.
No.
I was like, wait a minute.
Not Kiki, Mazie.
Even I'm getting them confused. Yeah, Mazie will kick down her portable hole, kick it out, and then pull out the headphones. Hold that back up.
Thanks. Lekyre, I need your kidnapping bag, please. The sack you put over people's head when you take them. I know you have it. Just here.
Hand it to him.
I'm like, all right, let's try it again. And I put the headphones on, put a bag over his head. Make sure to try it again.
Chat is way too eager for Mazie to take my eyes.
I saw it too. I chose not to engage. I was just like, yeah, we could, or we could treat you like a friend.
Roll that wisdom check again.
Treat you like a friend, and
That's a lot better. That's a 19 -1 for 18.
All right, with an 18, you can tell exactly. You can feel kind of like a pull in the direction that Leurant is. So you know which of the 3 of the 7 caves is the quickest to get to him.
Kai doesn't take the bag off their head. They just point their arm up and start being like a compass arm.
He's a dowsing rod.
Yeah.
The thoughts, feelings, emotions you're getting from Bob right now, I wouldn't describe them as fear or anxiety so much as eager preparation and anticipation. He knows someone is coming right now. He doesn't know exactly that it's for him. He is assuming this is a royal fleet ship inbound for the Crimson Lords.
Hey, they might be rolling out. I'm speaking way too loudly because I can't hear myself. They might be rolling out the welcome wagon for us. So, be prepared.
Mazie, it's not a nice welcome wagon. It's a sharp, stabby welcome wagon.
Okay.
I would like to yell out.
What if they do have balloons?
In thieves' cant.
Hydrate.
What's said is, well, all's well that ends well. And coded in is ally, hated kin, parlay.
Give me a constitution check. How loud you are.
Oh, okay.
How good do you scream?
How's my bellows?
How are your... Yeah.
Project, Lekyre, project.
18.
Bring out that theater kid.
18.
I can
Okay,
be
yeah.
Very loud.
So, excuse me. After he shouts that, Kai, you instead of anticipation and preparedness, you are met with a little bit of disappointment.
Wanted a good fight.
Yeah, he's a little upset, but he'll be all right. As you guys are making your way through this cave system, you do eventually turn a corner and see the front of pretty large ship that, I mean, the technical skill it would have taken to maneuver this ship to the position that it's inside this cave system. This guy, whoever is piloting, whoever is the captaining the ship, is not a novice by any stretch of the imagination. And standing on the bow, looking out over you guys, is just one guy wearing a red coat, hands behind his back, not in like a surrender type of way, but more of like an at ease, just kind of watching your jet black triangle hover slowly through the cave.
Mazie climbs on top of Kit.
Like, just start waving, girl.
Well met.
Is it?
Yeah. Permission to board, Captain?
Not yet. Who are you?
We represent a number of individuals and organizations, namely the Rebellion and the Hated Kin, and a few others who are found here and there through the woods, within the prisons, in the woodworks.
You can call us IHOP.
And we have pancakes.
All right.
Mazie, you're invisible.
IHOP.
I'm still invisible.
Yeah, we've come for the pancakes, so that means anything to you?
Yeah, you're still invisible unless you've attacked something or like
Oh my
done
God.
that. So that's all I was
Well,
like,
if I took Kai's eyes, I wouldn't
Mazie,
be.
please.
So just an invisible bat on top of Kit.
Yes.
How did you find us?
Unless you've been an attack or cast a spell. Like, if you've done either of those, then you're good. But
All she did was the Macarena.
Infiltrated?
We...
Is that the response to how just
No,
infiltrated?
no, that was to Lekyre.
Yes. We snooped around with the feds. They know quite a bit about these caves. Might like to know. A gesture of goodwill on behalf of the hated kin, perhaps.
He's looking at the filing cabinet, the manila folder in your hand. Hold up the file. At this point, another guy steps up. A Leonin. He looks over, and the captain looks over and says something. And the Leonin lifts one arm towards the file, and an arm turns into like a 60-foot long kraken tentacle that reaches out and grabs the file and then brings it back over.
Davy Jones who?
And then it turns back into his regular arm, and he opens it. Looks like they don't got this anymore.
Permission to board.
He like nods at the captain. Captain goes, all right.
All right, everyone be cool.
Have we stopped moving? I feel like we're really close.
I'll come over and pull the bag, and the head thing is like,
I guess our hostage.
You did great. We're here. Lekyre did his thing, and we're gonna board the ship now. We found the Leonin.
Oh, awesome!
Cool. But play it cool. Like this is Lekyre's place. You know what I mean? Awesome.
Mazie still invisible, as Joe has informed me.
I believe invisibility only lasts for an hour.
Is it an hour?
So
okay.
Yeah, so this
like
would have
been.
ended.
Okay, perfect. Maisie's just excited, and she's going to fly over like immediately and just kind of like land/hug up Bob.
And he just like for a second goes, "What the fuck?"
Hi, Bob.
No shit. It like picks you up and then brings you in for a hug. And then he pulls you up and like shows you to the captain. You know who this is?
Hey.
This is Batgirl. I'm sorry, I don't really remember your name, but if we're being honest, my name's not Bob neither, so it's fine.
That's okay.
That was
And he puts you down.
I told you Bob was friend.
It's because of Mazie that we are here.
Oh, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really care that you're here. So
Not yet.
do whatever it is you gotta do. Leave.
All right. And that was the captain?
No, that was
That was-
Millionaire.
Okay.
The captain is now inspecting Kit, and Daystrider is giddily telling him everything about it.
Everything. Yes.
So, looks like you guys would like to have this over sooner than later, so I'll be brief. The hated kin, various factions within the woodlands, the prisons, and elsewhere, as well as the rebellion, very soon will be making a move on Hightower. This will succeed. We have insiders, we have outsiders, we have everything we need except a way to deal with the fleet. Now, we come bearing a few gifts, not gifts, I
He
should
does
be
that.
speaking to the captain. And we have a few interesting things we have stolen from the Hightower that might interest you.
I'm sorry, mate. I stopped listening like 4 words in. What do you want?
I'm gonna step. I should not do this. To the captain, I was like, "We need your help because we're gonna make the seas a lot safer for you to do what you do very, very soon." Then I look at Bob, is like, "And we have something for you that was stolen from the Hightower because we could use your help too."
Yeah.
That is the up, down, and
Captain,
sideways of it.
The captain kind of turns and goes, I do like easy. Although, if we're being honest, I do kind of like making things hard too.
Oh,
what you got?
Getting to the easy will be very hard.
Excellent. Out with it, mate.
Wanna punch stuff?
Yeah. So I'll nod to Lekyre, give him the lowdown.
I give him the lowdown. There's a bunch of factions. We're all about to do an uprising, and bing, bang, boom, one domino tips. 15 other dominoes tip at the same time into the center, and Hightower falls. The only thing we really need is a way to deal with the fleet. We have the entire criminal underbelly. We have the rebellion, which never actually died off. We have various factions, and I'll explain a little bit. We even have renegade wizards. And
okay, so what you're telling me is that pretty soon a bunch of people, all with one singular focus, are all gonna start attacking people that I don't like, and all I've got to do is fuck with the people I've been fucking with my whole life.
Yes, but in a coordinated, massive way.
We need a
And
lot.
you get to do cool shit.
I mean, if I was already gonna do that shit, no way.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm going to look at Bob and be like, and we're going to give you an upgrade to help that be a lot more fun. All we need from you guys is a yes.
Captain goes, I reckon I'm in. Bob says, I mean, with all due respect, which, if we're being honest, I'm not sure how much respect is due here, if any. I'm not sure that the lot of you is going to be able to give me an upgrade.
I asked for the scroll. I'll get it. I know that Ivy's distracted right now with the work thing, so that's okay.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
I think that's totally but yeah, she'll kind of just rumble, pull her bag, rustle. It's just the sound of clanking bones. Rustle.
As it should be.
Still got all three bodies in there minus a finger, and then she'll pull out the scroll.
Yeah, it's peruse that and tell me what you think.
Todd takes it, opens it, looks at it, and goes,
in there. Sorry.
It's got pictures too.
Is that a pinky?
Yeah, I don't know how to read.
Oh my!
They know how to read.
Didn't see that.
Yeah. Why do I feel like he could read this because it's magic?
I don't know.
Am I off on that, Ben, or are we gonna have a literacy montage?
I want so badly to be command read.
The brain folds in on itself. Feedback loop.
Pictures. Does yours have pictures? Mine had pictures.
I look over.
I mean, it's all pictures to me.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't think
they are the squigglies.
I'll go over to the captain and talk about how many ships we can
yeah,
because we're talking about the whole ass fleet. We need more than one pirate ship in a cave.
Yeah. So basically the scroll means nothing to him because he can't read.
Wait a minute. He was already doing weird stuff. Did you already steal something from the Hightower?
I mean, we got some gold from there once, but I reckon you're talking about something more specific than that.
Your druidic nature.
Yeah.
Seems a bit unusual.
No, I got that from the trees.
Speaks for the trees sometimes.
Have any of you ever just sat in the forest and listened to the trees talk?
Yeah.
I like him.
Hidden bodies out there, but no.
Sometimes there are things in the trees.
Does anyone know the spell tongues?
I could take away his tongue.
No.
No. This is your friend.
Yeah, well, Barca just took away Kai's eyes and his ears.
Yeah, but
To be fair, he did give them back.
I give them back.
Apparently, I can't. So
It's not my fault they died
Why
before
has-
I give it back.
Genuine question. Why hasn't anyone tried to just read the scroll to him?
no, that's what we asked.
I was
is,
gonna do.
could
I
we
was
just-
gonna.
Yeah, go ahead, Kai. So I'm like, does that work? I don't know. I'm overthinking
No one
it.
has tried to see if the door was already unlocked.
Yes, exactly. And you're surprised. Oh, yeah. Go ahead,
She's like
Kai.
Yeah, guys. As Lekyre was gonna go talk to the captain, Kai's just gonna kind of like saunter up to Bob and be like, "All right, so this says this one's a T, right? T."
It's written in Druidic.
I can try. Most words are squibbles. But let me see. Lekyre, can I use those round things you put on your face when you were fancy?
Yeah.
Take the fucking glasses from Lekyre. I want to try and read the scroll for him because I understand. All...
So Druidic is a language that has never been written down before. It is not supposed to be written down.
Oh, that is a homebrew thing in my.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, yeah, you would be able to read it.
I can read so much.
Sorry, that's a Terraform specific thing.
I believe there is a monk ability at a certain level where you can just understand all language.
Yeah,
but I'm not
she-
sure if
Yeah.
that's all
She
written
has
or
it
all
at
spoken.
Yeah, I
14th
have
or
it.
12th level or something.
I just got it. Yeah.
Okay, so if you do like this, if you do a little bit of this, and you do a little bit of that, then you get a little bit of this, that. Does that make sense?
Hello, friend.
I can whistle it.
She whistles very badly.
I'm just confused about. Hold on, Cat. And he hands the scroll over to the captain, who opens it and goes, "It's about time someone figured it out."
I already knew about this.
But he
hear it
did
here.
just turn
What do
his
you-
hand into an octopus.
That's
What-
true.
What do you mean figured it out? You guys knew about this?
Y'all ever just sit and listen to the trees?
Oh my god.
Inde-
I was like, yeah. What's that?
independent discovery.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, I mean,
Trees-
none
No,
of us can claim that we discovered it. The trees have been talking about this shit for years.
Yeah, I didn't say you created it. I just said you discovered it. You
Oh my god.
Lekyre's
Found
having
it.
a moment of like, oh my god, so many witnesses to all of my crimes just because they were in the forest. Oh no. Oh
Did
god.
I really strike you as a nature
you were
girl?
never alone as long as you have trees.
It's true. I don't really strike you as a nature girly, so like there's that.
I usually listen for people in the trees.
I don't listen to trees.
So basically,
mean-
you already know this. This is the method, or things along this line are the method that the Hightower used all those years ago to make a stranglehold. But they figured out a different way.
Oh,
And it's
Can-
not just for people who listen to trees, it's for all kinds.
Trees like gossip.
okay. So what you're saying is the people that don't talk to the trees finally figured out shit we've been figuring out because we talk to the trees.
Yes, they went around their elbow to get their own butts. Yes.
Oh, that's adorable. I ain't never seen nobody from the Hightower do stuff like this, though.
It's
And he
all
points to Willionaire, who then jumps and like backwards off the side of the ship. And before he can hit the water, he turns into a dragon.
Oh.
Small dragon, but he turns into a dragon. But
I look
his
at Kai
feet-
immediately.
his back feet are that of a giant eagle's talons, and his front arms are those of kraken tentacles.
I immediately look at Kai, like,
I want to learn how to do that.
What? You've been doing that the whole time? That's awesome. My friends are so cool.
So we're gonna fuck shit up?
So ships.
Fuck
Yes.
shit up.
Listen. You go back to the mainland. Once you start getting your way to the high tower, we'll be there. Don't worry about the number of ships I got, the number of men I got, nothing like that. You're dealing with the Crimson Lords here, son. That there's Willionaire. I'm Captain Shook. Got my first mate, he. Got Repeater Man, Bendy, and all the Lost Toys.
it just got worse. Like, I knew where it was going, but it just got worse and worse as it went.
Who needs the inspiration?
We're almost done.
We'll give chat the inspiration. Chat can have it.
Yeah, chat, be inspired.
Be inspired.
You trust me out here in the water, and I'll trust you on land. I've got to, because I never land.
Well, I've got to make an insight check. It's my... please.
You don't touch land.
It's pirates, you know? You gotta... yeah. 14.
14?
I
mean,
nothing.
you have no reason to not believe what he's saying.
The only reason that is it's suspiciously going super smooth. And that raises my heckles a little bit. Makes my horns itch.
I feel like they're just really ready for war.
Yeah, they're
like, give us a reason.
Yeah.
You just found the guys who didn't need an excuse to fight people and asked them to fight people.
We were like, oh, you want to fight people? Well, we heard you liked fighting, so we're adding some fighting to your fighting.
Yeah, welcome to the Jersey Shore.
I want to go to war. I want a lightsaber.
War!
All right, well, we have an accord. And I'll go for a handshake.
He goes to shake, and it's a hook.
Ah.
But he does actually go, oh, hold on. And he unscrews it and puts it in his pocket and pulls out a golden one and screws it on.
I like the style. And I go for the shake.
Just you pull out your golden horn and shake it with that.
Yeah, right.
Just steals it off of
Kind for kind.
Oh, I have put on the horns back, and I kept the ribbon with the bone sewn in. Okay, well.
That's my friend.
Your eyes out for smoke.
From here, I assume you all board Kit again.
Mm-hmm.
And he hovers out of the caves. Gonna take you to this like unseemly cabin in the woods, just outside the perimeter of the city.
taking us to a secondary location. Shit.
But as he brings it down, hovering, where the shack is starts to just slide, and just the whole ground starts to open up in a big enough hole for all of Kit to just hover down in, and then it.
We left that dude alone for like 3 days, and he was so busy.
He's so
I'm
prolific.
so bored.
Has too many days.
Way too clearly.
Idle hands.
Hey.
3/4 of a week maximum.
Welcome to the
guys.
day cave.
Hey guys,
Yes,
why
Mazie.
do
I'm
why do
gonna
why do
I don't know whether to cry or scream. Like I don't.
why do bats and pirates live in caves?
Why, Mazie?
Because they rock.
Fair.
You're not even wrong.
Fair.
And that is where we will end tonight on a bat pirate cave pun.
All right, chat. Thank you so much for being here. Don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to do a raid. But, goodness, this was fun. A couple of announcements real quick. If you want to get caught up, we have 3 weekly campaigns in season, 2 weekly campaigns out of season for our summer series. You can catch up on all of it at the YouTube, Jacob Feffers. And hit up our Discord. We are as chaotic as we are wholesome. And my God, we have top tier memes.
So good memes.
We really
So good.
do.
So good.
Best
Lekyire's feeling pretty good about this situation, and he's excited to get on with it. It's been a lot of positioning and figuring out the lay of the land, and he can feel the fight coming on, and he's getting geared up, and he actually feels kind of like we're not all gonna die, which is new for him. And that's it for Lekyre. Let me throw it over to KikiDoesStuff.
Hello, I do stuff. Mazie is so happy right now. She saw her old friends. She has new friends. It's a great time. We're so excited to punch stuff and just beat the hell out of people. But yeah, it's a great time. Very much looking forward to next week. Bittersweet as it may be, but very excited to see what Ben has in store for us. And I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Kurtwise.
Hi everyone, I'm Mr. Kurtwise. I played Kai this evening. Kai is feeling about as good as you can for someone who's about to go try and topple a world government. I think spirits are pretty high. I think we've put together a solid team, and I'm very excited to see how the story ends next week. I agree. It's going to be super bittersweet because I'm going to miss y'all. But not going to think about that until after next week. I will throw it down to Ivy.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ivy. I'm GameRaterGirl everywhere else you can find me. When I'm not GameRaterGirl, I'm over on Dice Creams. When I'm not on Dice Creams, then I'm over on the Kurtwise stuff. Jovanna's feeling a little vulnerable. Is giggling a little bit at Lekyire's distrust of her book and thinks it's funny because she knows now in the future that he may try to open things and it will be booby-trapped. It'll be great.
You completely circumvented my whole thing.
That was the point, because it had to be on her terms. She wanted it to be on her terms, and she knows how you are. But yeah, she's feeling a little vulnerable, but glad to have that kind of out in the open, and is kind of hopeful of where this may end up, even knowing that they're going back into battle. Yeah, and then I think Jason's the last one. Is that yes?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Besides our lovely DM.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Jason Russell from Critical Dice. You can find me at Critical Dice on Instagram and Heaven Help Us TikTok. Don't forget to check out the Gen Con website, search Critical Dice to find all the events. If you're going, I'd love to see you. And Barca is shocked that this is all going pretty well, which means the second the plan hits combat, it'll go to crap. And he is coming to terms with that. And that's about it. And then, of course, last but not least, our fearless leader, our DM, Ben Brainard.
Hello, my name is Ben Brainard. You can find me on the internet. This episode went long because we have one more episode left. We had to get a thing done, and we got the thing done. We have one episode left. We have a couple more twists, turns, surprises, fun games for you. There's even a big old thing that's going to happen that I haven't told anybody else about. So not even the party knows some of the secrets that are coming their way. Next Tuesday night. Tune in for the finale.
Goodness gracious. All
I'm
right,
gonna be
everyone.
so sad.
Pile
So
into this
sad.
raid. We're going to kick it with Oddity Draws. Fantastic.
Yay,
team.
Oddity!
Yay!
Oddity.
I will see
Who
you
will
all
be
Thursday for
at-
the Lord of the Rings campaign.
Yeah, she'll be in my game
Yeah.
at Gen Con.
Yeah, she will.
Yeah.
She's wonderful.
Goodbye, everyone.